Yo, 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 what's up? Yo, what's up? Happy Friday, peeps. How's y'all doing? Are you good? Are you good? I'm really late. Hey, Ed Benadia. I'm super late. I was wanting to go like an hour ago, but I was having customer service problems, Jules. I couldn't.
Were you now?
Yes! You want to know something crazy?
Were you the customer or were you serving the customer?
No, I was the customer this time.
Okay, next question. Were you the problem or were they the problem?
I believe that they were the problem. I think. Pretty sure. I'll tell you what I was trying to do here in a second. Well, okay. Partly, I have embarrassing admissions to make tonight. Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome in. Appreciate y'all being here. Hello, my name is UltimatDJz, and this is Twitching Trek, and for whatever reason, my eyes are closed. There we go. That's better. The cat's eyes were closed. Hey, what's going on, Mana Gamers? So, Jules, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
What'd you do? What did you do?
I got completely caught up on the prize list. That's where my day
started. That's good.
Yeah. That's where I was starting. All right. But you guys know what happens when I try to spend too much money with Xsolla on multiple players' accounts.
Oh, no.
So
did you get tradered?
I got tradered. All right. So I spent like an hour with Xsolla customer service trying to work that out. I finally got that worked out. And then, Jules, I was kind of jealous. Of everybody else getting all the things. So I decided to spend some money myself. And then I locked up my card again.
Oh.
So I had to call.
What did you get?
I bought Prime Isolytic mitigation. And I bought a Prime Research. I'll show you which one I bought. Because I don't remember what it's called. Here it is. Prime Critical Strike. Increasing critical hit damage, Jules. So I bought that Prime, and that's rolling. And then I bought just a regular core pack. So, I bought one of the Syndicate special packs so that I could get another 27 shards of Hue. And then, Jules, by the way, and I finally got all that through. So, here's the embarrassing thing. Between the prize list and my own account, today I have spent over $1,000 with Xsolla. No, that was not obviously just me. I bought 3 packs. Everything else was for everybody else. Okay, I had a lot of catching up to do. But, Jules, there was one more thing that I thought about maybe wanting to buy. And it was this. As a matter of fact, Jules, it's so good that I thought about buying 2 of them.
Okay.
I thought about buying.
Even though it's limit 1.
Oh, well, yeah. Obviously, it's limit 1. Except, you know, listen, we play shenanigans over here. Yeah, look at that. We play shenanigans over here, okay? Well,
Yes.
Jules, here's the problem. Apparently, everybody, not just Isolytic, but even Amazon too, apparently thinks I'm spending too much money. Maybe I am. Maybe I should take the sign and say, okay, DJs, it's time to stop. Okay, maybe it's time to stop, DJs. Because I tried to buy another bunch of coins today, Jules. All right? I mean, why not? I tried to buy another 50,000 coins today for $450, except...
Sure, save some money.
Yeah, well, obviously we're going to save some money, right? I mean, I've only spent $1,000 today. What's another 500? But Amazon told me no. Just like Isolytic. I click this button, and it acts like it goes through, and I never get my coins. I come back over here, and I don't have my coins. That's it. I don't have them. They won't come up.
Have you tried getting a smaller amount?
I don't want a smaller amount, Mr. Joe. But no, I haven't.
Mr. Joe.
Mr. Joe. No, I didn't. No, I didn't buy. I wanted to buy the 50,000 so I could get my max cash back. But it's not working. So for the last, no, it's not that, Yellow Han. I buy Amazon coins all the time. Honest to God, like. This is probably like an intervention. I mean, Jules, I know that people have done this before. Okay, I am not the first dummy in this game that's tried to spend $1,500 in a day. All
that
right?
seems low.
Right? So, I mean, people.
You just don't have the right card. You need the card that says, I'm good for all the money.
My card is fine. As a matter of fact, I have one card with Isolytic. I have another card with Amazon. They're 2 different banks. Both of them are shutting me the hell down today. So now, Bubba, I'm trying to maybe buy the Board Queen thing, but I can't get my coins to go through.
Is there some way we can blame this on Echo?
Yes. Absolutely.
Excellent. Let's do that.
I think this means that DJz has become Forbidden Tech.
So
nobody wants him.
I mean,
his money is no good here.
So here's the thing. People are going to say, how do you get around the limit? Listen, we don't talk about exploits here. But what I will say is...
It's Fight Club.
DJ. What is wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me.
We don't talk about Fight Club.
We don't talk about Fight Club. All you need to know is that you will need to you'll need to do this, right? And you also I thought I had it open. And then you're also going to need this. Okay? You need this and you need this. And then you can do some thingies. Okay? PM Bubba Joe for details. Now, that is what
Do not PM Bubba Joe for details.
You can PM me for details. It's fine. All right. So that's what I was trying to do today, Bubba. But for God's sake, Scopely won't take my money today. I mean, two different places. Two different places won't take my money today. Whoa. I feel slightly awkward about this.
I'm going back to my let's blame Echo.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops is right. I mean, listen, I also thought about maybe buying that. But nah, if they don't want my money, I won't give them my money, I guess.
So you might need to be careful if you are thinking of buying some artifacts, DJ.
Why?
How high is your artifact gallery level?
Not high enough yet. 45.
Okay.
I mapped it out last night. It would take $400 for me to get it to 50, which I'm not doing. I'm not going to do that. But it won't take me that long. That's probably another month and a half.
If you're not going to go to 50, which again, I understand, I support your decision, then you should not buy the Batleth.
I'm not going to buy the Batleth.
Okay.
But for those who might be curious about the Batleth, why, Bubba Joe, might you warn them about not buying the Batleth first of all, there's a problem with this pack, in my opinion. Okay? Let's see if
What's the problem?
Let's see if anybody notices it. Bubba Joe. This pack.
The difference in the premium artifact tokens versus the Isolytic artifact tokens.
Daggone right. This is going to get. I mean, now, granted, they just source different things. Okay.
Well, they source different things at different rates too. Like you'll get 17 pulls. 17 versus the other one you get 17 pulls.
Yeah, you get 17 pulls out of this one as well. But it's different. Except what?
The event that's running right now.
Oh, man. What do you mean? He's talking
They're
about
worth the same points.
Yeah. Right here. Let's see. Nope, not that one. Wait. Yeah, there you go.
The spend artifact tokens. Yep,
there you go. Right there. Okay. The Isolytic are worth so much more. Now, to be honest with you, Wood Cannon, I've been pretty praiseworthy on artifacts. Okay, I haven't not been. I will tell you, I've had an emotional roller coaster today, Bubba Joe, with regards to artifacts. Now,
is that so?
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking. I started tinkering with this last night. 300 Borg Queen shards would actually be enough to get me, I think, 3 level ups. I don't have her unlocked yet, but 300, we did the math, would be enough for me to get it to level 4, which is 2.5%. All right. I could get it to level 4, 2.5%. And I kind of feel like that's not bad when we're talking about Isolytic damage for all ships. Further, Bubba Joe, I decided to diversify my investment, right? I didn't go all in on artifacts. I did some Isolytic, but what else? Bubba, you and I actually talked about this earlier today. You turned me on to Prime Critical Strike, which I also purchased today.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Wood Cannon says, is that a good one? Yeah. It's 125% damage. Well, and now it is a 2-level Prime. Wait, what just happened? You guys started a hype train? All right, let me say a couple of thank yous real quick. Let's see. Kern, thank you for your 15-month resub at Tier 1. Thank you. Look at that. Big numbers. Voodoo Doctor, thank you for your 10-month resub. At Tier 1, Ain't Games for 8 months. Thank you. Waffly, 10 months. Appreciate that. Anubis, 9-month resub, says, don't give Scopely money for a lousy event store. Listen, they salvaged it, Anubis. It's middle of the road. It's no longer lousy, but it's not spectacular. Okay? It's not lousy, but it's not spectacular. It's average. Medium, middle of the road. It's fine now. It's fine now. They did their thing. I'm surprised they did their thing. Bubba, you and I were talking about this on Wednesday. We did not expect what they're doing right now.
No, we did not.
We did not expect this. But the Arc Runner decided to say, hold my beer. Either that or he was just messing with me all month long. Like I said, I know Bart. I don't think Bart would do this just to mess with me. But when I talked to him today, he had tears because he was laughing so hard at me, Bubba Joe. He was cackling hysterically at me. As a matter of fact, I might have doubled down, community. I'm not going to tell you what the bet was. But since he was feeling so feisty today, Bubba Joe, I am prepared to tell the community that I made Bart a little wager. Now, I am not going to tell you at this moment what that wager is, okay? But I will tell you, Bubba Joe, that if I lose while I am in Los Angeles in a couple of weeks, I have agreed to sit down and eat pineapple on pizza. Now, you know, Bubba Joe, you know that I must be really, really fighting for the community if I was willing to sit down and eat pineapple on pizza.
So if you lose the bet, you eat something delicious.
Okay. Or
I
barf all over your shoes, one or the other. All right.
I need to talk to Bart. I need to talk to him before. I mean, this is clearly not acceptable.
Yeah. Well, I'm here to tell you, we struck a little wager. Okay.
I mean, I hate it, but apparently Germans love it.
It's like David Hasselhoff. Okay, I love it. Germans love it or hate it or whatever. So anyway, I have made, since I had to sit down and be wrong when it came to the event store loot, Bubba, I decided to push it a little bit further. Now, like I said, I'm not going to tell anybody just yet what it is because he hasn't told me whether or not he can or cannot do what I asked. But I did tell him. That if he was willing, that I would sit down with him and eat pineapple on pizza if he was willing to do this thing for the community. And let me just say, Bubba, that's how you know I love you guys out here. That's how you know I love you. You guys sometimes may not always realize that. You may think that I get quiet. You may think that I'm a shill. But let me tell you something, folks. I'm working for you. I'm working for you, Bubba Joe.
So let's get back on topic.
I'm working for you. All right. So anyway, Bubba Joe and I were talking earlier today.
Why are the critical primes good?
Well, like you said earlier, it's a little bit of diversification, right? It's a little bit enhancing multiple areas or multiple different metrics that are all going to end up getting enhanced by the same thing, which is Isolytic, right? So we're looking at Janeway in PvE. We're looking at 7 of 9 in PvP. We're looking at Board Queen Remains, which is across the board. We're talking about all these Isolytic artifacts that we're earning in this stuff. A lot of you guys have started earning remnants, okay? So we were talking earlier today, Bubba Joe. As a matter of fact, Jules, you were with us last night when we were talking about this. We were thinking, okay, well, we've got a prime in here. Let's go back. Let's go back to the research tree because we were talking about this last night, guys. We were talking about different things that we could do, and one of the things that we had talked about last night, Jules, was where is it? I'm too far. Not far enough. Here it is. Prime Isolytic damage boost. Okay? Ballpark, let's call it $100 for 5%, Bubba Joe. Okay? That's fair, right? $100 for 5%. On the other hand, we've got $100 down here for 30% defensive. Okay? And then we also had this one, which is a 2-level prime, $100 for 50% of critical damage. Now, why, Bubba Joe, would I want to be increasing my critical damage? Why would I want to increase my critical damage if I'm focused on Isolytic?
Because every amount that you increase your damage by is going to increase your Isolytic damage.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Why?
Because Isolytic damage is a net multiplier of your base damage. So if you are readily and repeatedly doing criticals, then the Isolytic damage is going to take that amplification from criticals and it gets added into the Isolytic damage just like any other shot. So if your normal shot does 100,000 and you have 10% critical damage, that would be 10,000 extra damage. If your normal shot does 100,000 and you have a 400% multiplier to critical, then your shot's going to do 500,000, and then that 10% Isolytic damage is now going to do 50,000, right?
That's interesting.
So if you can increase your critical damage, your Isolytic damage goes up accordingly.
So let's have a discussion then. Let's start with PvE, Jules. In PvE, how can I make sure that I'm going to get as many criticals as I possibly can?
You're going to use something that gives you more critical chance.
What might that be if we're doing PvE?
PvE would be Hue.
Hey, it's Hue. In PvE, Delmeyer, it would be Hue. Hey, oh, by the way, Jules, thank you for your 5 community gift subs. I didn't even see that there. Thank you, homie. I appreciate that very
sneaky.
much. Yes, sneaky boy. Juby asking for FaceTime. Man, no. I haven't shaved. The lights aren't on right. I don't want to do that tonight. Freelancer, thank you for your 200 kitty bitties. Casey Jones with the 16-month resub. Thank you very much. Classy Pete with 100 kitty bitties. Thank you very much. You guys, thank you for the hype train. That was very sweet of you. Thank you. So, yeah, in PvE, that's going to be Hue. All right? It's going to be Hue. Berlin says, what about Cerritos and Titan? Yeah, great ideas. Right, Bubba Joe? Right? Now, listen, we're talking...
Yes, Cerritos and Titan both increase your critical chance. That is, if you have the correct research.
That's right. Now, Wood Cannon says, what about not BLT? Well, hang on. We're not talking about hull breach, are we, Bubba Joe? We're talking about crits at this moment.
Crit chance. Crit chance, specifically.
Chance. That's right. I want crit chance. I want my crit chance as high as possible. All right? Because I want that extra damage, which will then be multiplied. What is wrong with my computer's acting? There we go. Okay. I can't. My client is stuck on this screen. I can't move. Oh, God, Scopely. Okay. Anyway. So. Anything I can do to get my damage up, right? Now, Wood Cannon, you're right. You're right. Where does BLT fit into that equation, Bubba Joe? If
I like to have it for lunch.
They are delicious. All right, but
without the lettuce and the tomato.
Oh, my God. Now, if I am specifically referring to Belana Torres, what does she have to do with criticals?
Well, if she is proccing hull breach when you critical, that is going to amplify your damage even more.
Wait. So what, you're saying that if I crit and I can increase my crit damage, then if I can proc hull breach, it increases damage even more?
That is correct.
Well, wait a second. Okay. So now if I'm increasing my criticals, the chance of me firing a critical, and then I'm also increasing the damage that the critical itself is going to throw out, and then on top of that, I'm going to throw Hull Breach, which gives a 75% boost to the critical hit damage multiplier. Oh, God, Bubba. But now, wait, we're not done. There's another layer. So I'm increasing crits, which increases damage. I'm increasing crit damage. I'm using Hull Breach, which increases crit damage more. And now I'm using Isolytic, which, Bubba Joe, is a net multiplier of my final damage output, right?
Correct.
So in that same example, if I was going to do 100,000 damage with a normal regular shot, okay, let's pretend that I get my crit chance, I don't know, up to say 50%. All right, let's call it 50. But, Bubba Joe, let's take a look at my ship, for example. My critical damage bonus is 315,000, or 315%. So if I had 100,000 shot before, what is my critical shot going to be?
I'm sorry, I left my math brain in another location. I'm going to have to rely on Jules for that tonight.
It would be 315,000, right, Jules? It would triple my damage output, right?
Yeah.
But now, wait a second. What if I procced Hull Breach? What happens to the 315%?
Well, you take that, whatever that final damage output is, and multiply that by 1.5.
Oh, 1.5. Sorry, 1.5. So, there we go. That's right. So, if I'm going to take 315% critical damage, but then I get Hull Breach, now my 100,000 shot is 473,000, which, I mean, God, Jules, we might as well just call that 5x, practically, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I had 10%, which, by the way, let's say I'm using Janeway, and we are in PvE, nobody's going to be just 10%. As a matter of fact, I'm on an Explorer. So I've got Harry Kim down there. I could be hitting PvEs. Let's take a look at your Isolytic thingies over here, okay? I'm in an Explorer, so that's Captain Proton. There's 6.3% if I got Morale. Let's see, that's PvP, that's defense. Here we go, the Resican Flute. There's another 3.5%. Baseball is defense, so that's defense. Defense. Okay, here's more Isolytic damage against a ship type. Okay. And then maybe I decide to buy the Borg Queen's Remains. That's going to increase Isolytic damage. So let's just say, Bubba Joe, that I've got, I don't know, call it 15% Isolytic damage.
Okay.
Now, 15% Isolytic damage. Then I'm going to add Epic Captain Catherine Janeway, whom at Tier 1 is going to increase my Isolytic cascade damage by 10%. So, man, this is starting to hurt my brain, Bubba Joe. First of all, we got a 400. You know what? Let's call it 500,000 joules just for funsies. Okay, 500,000 is now my Hull Breach damage output. Well, I've got 15% from artifacts. Now I've got a 10% increase to Cascade from Janeway. So we're going to take the 15% from artifacts. We're going to multiply that by 1.1, which is Janeway's effect on the artifacts. So my 15% actually becomes 16.5. Then I'm going to add Janeway's 10% back to it. 26.5. Oh, but Bubba Joe, nope. Well, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair from my artifact standpoint. So 26.5, Jules. 26.5% is what I'm going to be dealing with in Isolytic. So remember, my base shot was 100,000. I'm up to 500,000 now with Hull Breach and Critical. And now I'm going to add another 132,500, giving me a net output from a normal shot at 100,000 to 632,000. 632% net increase to damage. It's pretty big. It stacks. It's damage upon damage upon damage upon damage. So I circle all the way back. Why are Bubba Joe and I talking about how to mathematically increase the yield of our damage output? Bubba, let's go back to the researches. What are the 3 most important factors that you and I discussed today? We just discussed it tonight. What's step 1?
Critical chance.
Critical chance. Okay?
Because if you don't have the critical chance, you're not going to get the critical damage.
That's right. We got to have the critical chance. What can increase critical chance?
Well, it depends on whether you are PvP or PvE.
Sure. Certainly does. But in general, we've got some officers that can do it. We've got some researchers that can do it. We got some technology that can do it. We've got some favors and exos and blah, blah, blah. You got primes that can do it.
Is there an exo?
Not for crit chance. No, not for crit chance that I'm aware of. Actually, I think there is an incursion exo for crit chance, isn't there? Or was that damage? I think it's damage, isn't it?
There's only one incursion exo. Let's stop lying to people, DJ.
Yeah, it's the loot one.
All the other ones are irrelevant. The loot one is the only one that matters.
The loot one's the big one.
See, Mimi got you. There is a crit chance for the Mantis.
For the Mantis, yeah. I thought there was a crit chance. I just couldn't remember.
So you're not wrong.
So I was kind of right. Okay. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can increase your crit chance. Okay, and like Bubba says, depending on your application, if you're doing solo armadas, then Bashir can do it. Khan increases crit chance. Cisco increases crit chance. Chakotay, I think, increases. No, 7 of 9. That's in PvP, though. So lots of places where you can try to improve crit chance. Okay, including a couple of primes, which is what I might be looking at today. Okay, now, Bubba Joe, step number 2. Of the mixed bag. If we're putting together a beautiful, perfect recipe, we got crit chance. What's next?
Well, I think next is crit damage.
Crit damage, right? Crit damage, absolutely. And when I'm talking about crit damage, this is why Bubba Joe and I today are talking about this prime right here, Prime Critical Strike, critical hit damage for all ships. Okay? So, as you can see here, Bubba Joe, let me see. That was Dolomide. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do this one right now. But anyway, crit hit damage. I bought both of them, Bubba Joe. I bought enough to do it twice. Like, I bought one, I started this one, and then I bought the second one. Because the first $100 gives me 50% damage boost. The second $100 is going to give me 75%. So $200, Bubba's giving me 125% crit damage boost, which is not small. Because, again,
correct.
Crit damage, guys, is a net multiplier. Okay?
Now, since we're talking about it here, is this one of those researches that you will be able to do for free if you complete the Voyager training?
No.
Why is that?
Because it uses a unique prime particle.
Correct. So it's important for people to realize that this one uses it. a lot of the other primes that released this month use that particle.
Yeah.
This one does not. This one is unique.
This one is a special particle. As a matter of fact, I'll show it to you. I don't remember right off the bat what it was called, but it is a unique particle. And I bought the extra pack for it. Let's see, where is it? There it is, Omega Particle. It's called the Omega Particle. And I bought both packs there, Bubba Joe, so I've got 1,500 ready to go for level 2. So this one is not going to be a grindable one. This is not one. You're going to end up having to buy it out. All right? Now, so we've got step 2 there, increasing our crit damage. Now, Bubba Joe, if I was going for the perfect trifecta, we've done crit chance, now we've done crit damage. Well, actually, there's one more spot before you get to Isolytic.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to, because there's a way to enhance your crit damage other than just enhancing crit damage.
That's right.
Where do you put Hull Breach in the hierarchy?
Hull Breach, I guess that kind of comes next, right? Or maybe even before crit damage. But yeah, now you got Hull Breach. Okay, so depending again on your application, you got Torres below deck, whom should be a priority for you to max out. I have. So if I have her at tier 5, what is she guaranteed to do forever?
She's always going to trigger Hull Breach for PvE and Armada battles.
That's right. 100%.
Now, but let's do some math. Let's do some math, DJ.
You said you left your
What
math
is
break.
your... I'm not going to do the math.
Oh, okay.
You and Jules are going to do the math. I'm going to tell you what math to do.
All right.
Okay. So what is more important? Hull Breach or more critical damage?
So what crit chance are you assuming?
No. So what is your critical damage right now? Without any of the modifiers that you may have, what is your base critical damage?
Well, my net right now, Bubba, is 315%.
Okay.
315%.
So, how much critical damage is Hull Breach going to give you? How much additional critical damage?
It's going to at 315%. It's going to give me what? Another 150%, right, Jules?
No.
And then 100. It's 100. We just did this a second ago. It would be the 315 times
1.5.
Times 1.5. Yeah, so it's a 50% increase. So in that case, Bubba Joe, I would be getting approximately 160%.
Okay. Correct. So is it better to guarantee getting Hull Breach, or is it better to spend the money on getting these primes?
Absolutely. Great question. Let's go back and look at that prime. Okay. The prime that Bubba Joe is referring to is this one, where $200 gets you 125%. Right?
Yep.
$200 gets you 125%. But a maxed Bellana Torres gets me 160%. So
or more.
So what Bubba Joe is referring to is if you can only do one or the other, lean towards BLT. Okay?
Correct.
Lean towards BLT.
And that's the point. Exactly. So I think that because most players' critical damage bonus is north of 250%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that's a safe bet for most players. I mean, not all. I think maybe in the 30s, those ships don't quite get up that high, maybe. But because that most players are going to be at that level, it is important that you prioritize getting Hull Breach, because it's going to turn that multiplier into something that is now amplified, and it's better than the primes that they put out there. It's better than a prime that gives you additional 100% critical, because it's going to even amplify that, right? So let's say that your base is 315, but let's say you get the boost from the Cerritos and the boost from the Titan, and you have some other research boosts, and now your actual bonus is 600%.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Hull Breach is still going to take that and multiply that by 50. So now instead of 600%, it's 900%. And that's way, way better than just adding 125%.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, Joe, to counter that, you have other officers that can give you hull breach, and a lot of players have Gorgon near maxed, especially in the 30s. So
I'm not suggesting that they have to, and Gorkon and Lorca both work in PvP. Yeah. So that's an important distinction. So, but my point is that you should prioritize hull breach in some form before looking at increasing your damage, because you're going to get a bigger net damage increase from having hull breach for your critical than you will for just adding some net damage to your critical.
Which is brilliant.
That's the point I wanted to kind of bring out.
Absolutely. And so when we're talking about what it is that we're talking about right here tonight, this month, we're talking about all these different types of damage and these different modifiers to damage. Obviously, a big one is going to be B'Elanna Torres. But as Jules just mentions, what does B'Elanna Torres technically do for players? Because if you've already got Gorkon maxed, if you've already got Lorca at a really high tier, why do you need B'Elanna Torres?
To free up a bridge slot.
Oh, so B'Elanna will bring hull breach down underneath and allow you to add another more powerful ability on the bridge, right?
And that could be Khan to increase your critical chance. That could be Nuts and Chocolate said using PMC for players that are fighting hostiles less than 51, level 51. So,
yeah,
a lot of reasons to have BLT.
There's a lot of reasons to want 3 bridge slots. What about, like, hey, some people out there, like in Armadas, Bubba, we've seen some people using Cisco Miles, right? What about Picard Beverly Miles? We've seen that. All right. We've seen Picard Beverly Eurydice on a tank, right? Guys, what's the purpose of a tank? In a solo armada, what's the purpose of Picard Beverly Eurydice? Huh?
To take a lots of damage so that your main ships don't take that much damage.
And if you've got that tank there with PBE, is it surviving a long time?
As far as his shields can hold, yeah. And his shields can hold pretty far.
And guess what? That means you could throw B'Elanna Torres on the basement of that ship and put even more battle ability stuff on your offensive cannon.
Like Odo for more crit damage.
Right? What about, Odo for crit damage. You've got, depending on your target, Beckett Mariner for damage. You've got, depending on the type of ship, maybe you go with Neelix or Kim, depending on the type of ship that you're there on. Maybe the Doctor for loot.
Don't forget about the Doctor.
Yeah, maybe the Doctor, because it is your largest ship, so you're going to want to gather some more of that loot. All right. What about, that's right, enhancing the Isolytic. All right. Then you're enhancing the Isolytic. So then maybe up on the bridge, maybe you got Janeway. All right. And you're further increasing that Isolytic damage. And I might remind you, too, that anything you do to increase Isolytic damage is not only a net multiplier of your raw damage, which comes from damage, then crit damage, then hull breach, but Bubba, then it's going to bypass all mitigation. The crit damage piece of that, so it bypasses all normal standard mitigation. If we're in PvP, now do keep in mind, if you're in PvE, there's nothing out there with defensive mitigation yet. Not yet. Okay? But in PvP, you do have players with defensive mitigation. But in PvE, you have no targets out there that are giving you Isolytic defense. So that is skipping through all of that and going straight to the 80-20 split of shields and hull. So let's just take a quick peek at, perfect example. Let's look at these 2 shots right here, Bubba Joe. Because I'm here to tell you, this was a rare formation armada that we did as a team, and I flew by Corvus, and it had a maxed BLT under deck, so we were guaranteed hull breach. Look at the difference in these shots, Bubba Joe. And this is why Jules is talking about crit chance, guys. My normal shot, Bubba Joe, 4.6 million, so my Isolytic was only 1.3 million. Okay, great. Look what happened to that same gun with a critical chance proc added on top of hull breach, and then with all my extra critical damage bonuses, Bubba Joe, it's almost 8 times larger. These two shots, ladies and gentlemen, come from the same gun. These have the same base stats. They come from the same gun. 4.6 on one. If you needed a second shot, just for an example, there's the Corvus again, 4.5 million. That's a relatively good base, all right? Here are two crits from the same gun, 32 million, 34 million. Bubba Joe, that's almost 800% increase in net damage output. And actually, you know what? No, it's not even. Well, yeah, I guess it is. 800% net. On top of that, Bubba, that 9 million, which is double a normal shot, goes through straight unmitigated. So let's take a look. That 4 million shot, it mitigated 2.5 million out of the 4.6 million. It mitigated me over 50%. All right, and look how much hull damage I inflicted. I inflicted 826,000 hull damage. Now on the very next shot, Bubba Joe, where I'm doing 800% damage output, it still mitigated my standard shot pretty heavily, but my 9 million Isolytic punched through mitigation, and instead of 826,000 in damage to hull, I scored 5.6 million damage to hull for an increase of 700% hull damage. So, Bubba Joe, it would seem that your diversified investment portfolio actually seems like it has a great degree of merit. You can't put all your eggs into one basket.
Well, because of all of these net effects, full breach, critical damage, Isolytic damage. If you go all in on one of them and ignore the other two, then you're losing out on the net effect. You want to be increasing all of them, not necessarily equally, but you want to be increasing all of them, because each time you do one of those, it is going to show up in a dramatic fashion.
Well, there it is.
More than just upgrading one of them.
Yeah, that's right. So, yes, and Wood Cannon, I think, is giving me a little bit of grief because I'm talking about primes and stuff that you can buy. But that's what I did today. And you know, crazy, Bubba Joe, what kind of turned me on to it was what players were wanting to buy with their prize earnings today. I paid out $800 worth of packs today, Bubba Joe. $800 worth of packs today.
How many of them were primes?
Over half.
Yep.
Over half of them were primes. And 3 or 4 of them, Bubba Joe, was this prime. And I got to be honest with you, I wasn't honestly considering this prime, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm like, what are these guys doing? Why? This doesn't make sense to me, Jules. And then Jules and I started talking a little bit, and Bubba and I started talking a little bit. And we realized that there are some ways to maximize your dollar spent. So, now, somebody's going to say, well, Bubba Joe, where's the break even? If I'm going to spend, let's say $200, if I'm going to spend $200 for 125% crit damage, okay, or I come over here and I want to do my 200% trick to come up here and buy Board Queen, okay. Well, Bubba Joe, Board Queen's only going to get me 3% Isolytic. Now, how do we quantify these, Jules? That's a tough formula, right? What is more valuable? 125% increase to crit damage or 3% increase to Isolytic?
Well, your Isolytic is just going to be on top of whatever you've got going on. Right, so you were looking at your 700% bonus that you got from hull to hull.
Yeah.
But that was also 700% you got from your base damage to your critical damage.
Yep.
So it's pretty effective regardless if you've got hull breach or anything. However, like Bubba said, having all three relatively balanced, pretty good.
Well, not only that, but the more Isolytic we've got, the bigger. Look at this one from JB. Now, that's on a Rotaran, so, but 63 million, and his main shot was 130 million. Bubba, that's almost 50% Isolytic that he's got there. Actually, a little bit more. He's higher than 50% Isolytic. All right, now again, that's a Rotaran, and he's an Op 60, so don't get too crazy. All right, but look, his Isolytic is over 50%. So, look at the difference between his Rotaran with a critical and hull breach as compared to a normal shot. No critical, no hull breach. Now, Bubba, God, look at his. It's a 10x difference. He's got a 1,000% net increase between hull breach, critical damage. Hull breach and critical damage. So look what he does over here. It's a 10x increase to hull health. 37 million damage to hull health versus 3.7 million damage to hull health. For him, it's literally a 1,000% difference. So, the one thing that I wanted to point out, which one is more valuable? I mean, arguably, I think Bubba's right. Truthfully, the combination of hull breach and critical damage, Bubba Joe, I think actually carries a lot of weight. But the X factor with Isolytic is that it is avoiding mitigation. The extra X factor with Isolytic is Cascade. All right? Cascade is a significant thing, guys, because you can't take your artifacts or your research at face value, can you, Bubba Joe? Let's come back in and take a look at this Prime Isolytic output. Okay? Prime Isolytic damage boost. Bubba Joe, at tier 2 or level 2 of this, which does cost $200, so we're doing everything kind of in a $200 increment here. Bubba, this one gives you a 10% Isolytic damage boost. Now, if I'm running a tier 1 Janeway, Jules, this is getting into some deep math, right? If I'm running a tier 1 Janeway, what is the net effect of this Prime at level 2?
Well, 11%.
11%, not 10. All right? That's exactly correct. Let's pretend that you guys were successful in obtaining 7 of 9 this month. Okay? Let's pretend you guys were successful in obtaining 7 of 9. You got her below deck. You're going to do PvP. All right, PvP. Isolytic Cascade. Just this one piece is going to go up to 11.2%. Now, 0.2%, Jules, or 1%, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't mean anything. But guess what Cascade does? Does Cascade limit itself to just artifacts?
Oh.
Does Cascade limit itself to only officers?
No.
Does Cascade limit itself to only research?
No.
So wait, I get to take this 10%, add it to the 15% I have from artifacts, add it to the 12% that I have from 7 of 9. Is that what you're saying? All right, let's do it. 10 plus 15 plus 12. 37%, but then I'm going to multiply that by 12%, means that my 37% isolytic just became 41.5% isolytic. Is that what you're telling me, Jules?
Pretty good stuff.
I don't think that's correct.
Oh. Are you sure, Bubba Joe? Walk me through it again.
I don't believe that the isolytic cascade boosts itself. I believe that the 12% additional is going to be on your research and artifacts.
I think from what we've been testing with Janeway, because she does say increases your ship's isolytic cascade.
Yep.
That she takes her base value, adds it to whatever is included in your isolate damage, and
it
then
counts all of it, Bubba.
Yeah.
It counts all of it. As a matter of fact,
if you just use Janeway by herself at tier 1, she isn't just 10%, she's actually 11%.
That is correct. As a matter of fact, we can do it. Let's math it out right here. We went against an armada. Here's my explorer. We had hull breach. Let's see if we had morale. There we did. My Harry Kim proc morale. So let's go through and check these artifacts again, Bubba Joe. This is great. I love this kind of teaching. This is good. All right. I'm on an Explorer. There's 6.3%. So let's write that one down. 6.3. That's what I'm getting from Captain Proton. The Resican Flute. Actually, I think we proved this one was hostile only, didn't we, Jules?
Yes.
I think we proved, this one does not count for armadas. It is literally just red triangles, so that one won't count.
So for your Corvus and Armada, that'd be it with what you have.
That's
unlocked.
Yep, that's it. So 6.3%. Now, all right. So let's come back in. 6.3%. Now, I also do have 5%. I've got 5% isolytic damage boost here from that first prime. So we're going to go plus 5. And then we're going to come and take a look at what Janeway did for us. My Janeway is tier 1. And she is 10%. 21.3%. Now, I'm going to multiply that number by 1.1, or 1 plus the sum of my bonuses. Cascade is a bonus, so I'm going to take 21.3 multiplied by 1.1. That means, after everything was said and done, I should have had 23.43% isolytic damage. Let's see if that's about what we got, Jules. Hopefully, we know what we're talking about here. 23.43%. Nope, we missed something, Jules. All right, what are we missing? We missed something. We were on an Explorer.
Added in. Hold on. I think you missed adding in Janeway into the original calculation.
Let's see. I had okay, here we go. We had 6.3, had 5 from the prime. There's 10 from Janeway. 21.3 multiplied by 1.1. That's 23.43. Hull breach only affects damage output, so it doesn't change the cascade formula. I think I am missing something up here.
Well, all right. I'm not seeing it in your calculator, but if you take your damage, you times that by 1 plus the sum of your bonuses, your normal cascade bonuses, and then multiply that by 1 plus Janeway's cascade bonus. So
Okay.
that's 1 plus 6.3% plus 5% plus 10%. And then you multiply that whole equation by 10%. You should get a bonus of about 33%.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, I hear what he's saying. So we're going to times that by 0.3343. Nope, that's too much, Jules. That one doesn't work. I see what he was saying, Bubba. He was saying take the artifact, add the prime, add Janeway, multiply that by 1.1, and then add Janeway back. Right? That's what you were saying, right, Jules?
You don't add Janeway twice.
Yeah, I don't think you add her twice. But she is affected by Cascade. Now, again, Divine, Hull Breach doesn't count for this part because Hull Breach doesn't independently affect Isolytic. Hull Breach increases your damage output, and then Isolytic feeds off of that. So the reason that you want the Hull Breach is to get your top line shot bigger, so that then your net multiplier of Isolytic is bigger. I'm telling you, we've missed an artifact. I'm going back to check. We've missed an artifact. So, Captain Proton 6.3. Narada's PvP. That's defense. That's, you know what? Let's add 3.5 here. Let's just make sure that I thought we proved that we didn't add that, but let's add it anyway, Jules. Plus 5, plus 10, plus 3.5. Now multiply that by 1.1. 27.28.
Still not right.
Not exactly, but it's closer, which means we're looking for a variable.
What is the value?
It's off by 300,000 damage. I'll give you the percentage. 9,638,924 divided by 34,424,728. I'm at 28% Isolytic. I was expecting 27.28, so I'm off by 0.82% somewhere. I mean, it's very close. It's very close, but I am off by 0.72%. And every
what was your target?
It was a rare formation armada.
What?
Yeah, did you get ISO defense on that rare information mark?
Yeah, what was the target? Yes, was it? Were you flying the right ship?
I bet you're right. I bet it had that 20% reduction. Let's see what leg I was in. Yep. Armada's Isolytic defense is reduced by 20% when it targets an explorer. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's 0%. So it actually increases it. And there you go. That's exactly what happened. I'll be damned. Well, there you go.
Now, check your math, because I think that's too much.
Yeah, which means that 3.5% does not count. Right? Because the Isolytic defense, let's see. Now, you guys are going to have to help me with this negative formula. Help me with the negative formula, Jules.
So
it's got
you divide it. You divide it by 1 minus whatever its negative mitigation is, which is 20%. So 0.8. You take whatever the Isolytic
divide by 0.8
expected, divide by 0.8. And that's the value that you'll actually get. Isolytic damage divided by 1 plus Isolytic mitigation.
It's 3.5. So you're exactly right. That 3.5 Isolytic for hostiles doesn't count. That's exactly it. Look, it's perfect math. 3.5%. You're 1,000% right, Jules. So that rare that rare artifact did not count. So let's go back. Okay. 6.3 from Morale, 5% from the Prime, 10% from Janeway, 21.3. I'm going to multiply that by Cascade, 23.43. But now I divide this by 0.8.
Yes.
It's 29.2875. 34,424,728 times 0.292875. Daggone it, it's still off by just the tiniest little bit. It's off by less than 300,000 damage.
Don't increase Janeway by Cascade.
Okay, good call. So let's go 6.3 plus 5. 11.5 times 1.1 Cascade is 12.65. Add 10, divide by 0.8. It's 28.3125. No, multiply. Crap. Hang on. Times 0.283125. Oh, so close, Bubba. You're off by 100,000 damage. We're still off by the tiniest little bit here somewhere. Hey, do you think that you think Isolytic defense is not impacted by Cascade? Let's go 6.5 plus 5.
The way the formula works is it takes all of the Isolytic damage being done and has the modifier. It has to be affected by Cascade.
Hold on. Your Captain Proton's Blaster, you put in 6.5%. Isn't it 6.3?
I thought is it 6.3?
I think it's 6.3.
I'm a dumbass. Yeah, it is 6.3.
How does that affect things?
All right. Well, I mean, probably by about 140,000 damage if I had to guess. All right. Multiply that by the capital of Oregon, says Balabom. I like it. And then divide by the taste of cottage cheese. All right.
If only he
How
knew
did the geography homework go?
It was just continents, Bubba. It was fine. God. 6.3 plus 5. Now, we're going to multiply that by 1.1. Add 10. Divide by 0.8 for 28.0375. 32,245,307 times 0.280375. It's off by 12,000 damage, which is too much to be a rounding error.
Something's funny there.
Well,
the thing is,
how much?
We also got to remember that they do round values when they display them. So there could be 6.302% on that Captain Proton's Blaster.
It's off by 0.13%. You know what? I'm going to go... Oh, but wait, it was too much. Hang on, 6.3 plus 5 times Cascade plus Janeway divided by 0.8. God, it's so close, man. It is so close, but there's still the tiniest piece.
So, but Jules is correct. We're assuming that it's 6.3 as opposed to 6.28 or 6.27 or 6.25 even.
Yep.
So we don't know.
Okay. I was diving deeply into some of the skills and the actual skill bonuses, and they'll say 1%, 1%, 1%, 2%, 2%. It's not actually 1%. It's not actually 2%. That's just how they decided to display the value. So there is absolutely rounding that we cannot see in some of the scopely displayed bonuses.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
And less than 1% is within a margin of error for Scopely math, and I think that is fair.
Yeah, we're 0.13% off. Let's try it on another shot. Let's try it on this shot and see if it's...
It is interesting to point out what Bubba Joe fixed in our math equation here. It's that you're not taking Janeway's value and then also multiplying by Janeway. You are multiplying the Isolytic damage that you already have by Janeway's effect and then adding Janeway's afterwards.
Yeah. Now, Mimi says, you know what? Oh, my gosh. Are you serious? Let's try that. Mimi says that if you take 28.0375 and just round it to 28.000, that it's precise. Oh, my God. Look at that. That's exact. Look, it is precise. So... we've lost.
The Scopely rounds your errors for you.
Well, do we know that that's happening, or?
Well, we know they truncate values. We know that they round certain values.
No. We need another test. I need to change my variables. We don't listen.
Hit a hostile.
I want to get a value of like 28.6, and let's see what happens. Are they going to round it up? We're gonna have to go hit a hostile.
Well, I am gonna log off for that. You guys have fun with all your math.
Thank you, Bubba. Love you. Hey, be safe. You traveling? Like, are you already down? You landed?
Yes. Was only on the plane. The 2-hour flight on the plane only took 4.5 hours.
Good. That's a good thing. And yes, in summary, community, Bubba Joe was right as always. There you go. My God. Good golly gee.
It's going to happen. I'm going to be wrong one of these days.
Shut up. Get out of here. Have fun this weekend. I love you, man.
You have a good night. You guys have fun.
Yeah. That is crazy, man. That's crazy. I want to do that again. Except this time we're gonna do a little bit different. So we're gonna hit a trader. So let's go check our artifacts out. We still have Janeway, so that won't be modified, but
we got the hostile.
We do have the hostile one. So we got Proton 6.3. Now we have Picard's Flute at 3.5. So 6.3 plus 3.5 and 5 for my Prime. It's 14.8. And I think that's it, right? Because everything else is defensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to use Picard's Skin Flute.
Mm-hmm. All right, so 14.8. We're going to multiply that by 1.1, add 10. It's not going to be good enough, Jules, because I'm not going to have the 0.8 divider on this. It's still going to be 26.28. But you know what? 26.28. Listen, 0.25%. That would be a lot for them to try to take, wouldn't it? Let's see what happens. 0.25 point would be a lot for them to try to take. Yo, what's up, Jesse? How you doing, man? Man, I've been so lost in the math. Okay, Classy Pete. Oh, how far back do we go? Freelancer, thank you for your 200 bits. Casey Jones, thank you for your 16-month resub. Thank you. Classy Pete with 100 bits. Sergeant Epi with the resub. Wood Cannon dropping gifts in the chat. Annie McAntyface asking me for a different hat because we've been all nerding it up tonight. So there you go. Silvis, thank you for your resub. Forgotten Sec, a resub. And Pokemon, thank you for your hydrate. I'll do that now. All right. That was delicious. Thank you. All right. So we just killed a heavy Romulan transport. Let's check out. First of all, we got hull breach. We did not get morale. So let's subtract morale out of this. That would end up being then 3.5 plus 5 times 1.1. Add 10. 19.35. Let's see if we got it. it's off. 18040 times. They're rounding it to 1 decimal spot. I just did that based on 19.4. My math came to 19.35. It didn't hold, Jules. I did it at 19.40, and it's precise. It is literally precise. They're rounding isolytic damage multiplier to 1/10 of a decimal spot.
That's an odd place to round it to. But that's exactly what they're doing.
That is exactly what they're doing. Because if you go down to look at our previous math, we were at what? 22. We were at 28.037, which would round to 28.0, and the math was perfect. That's what they're doing. They're rounding to a point. They're rounding to the 10th spot. I don't even know how you say that. 1 decimal place, is that how you say it, Jules? They're rounding to 1 decimal place.
Well, not necessarily, because you're saying that's percent.
Yeah, so 3 decimal places.
Theoretically,
right.
3 decimal.
Yeah, 3 decimal places in a percentage. That's exactly what they're doing. Let's see if we can find one where. All right, let's do another one. Let's see if we can proc morale, and we'll test it again. Man, the scientific discoveries on this channel. I love it. God, we're nerds.
Scopely, we discovered that you're stealing 0.0375 isolytic from my shots in the battle log. Can you comp chest, please? 0.0375 nickels and dimes, Scopely. Nickels and dimes, okay? It adds up.
Oh, God, I'm so...
Didn't we learn that there was an upper limit to the amount of values they could add to a single unit of something? Like, wasn't it around like 1 trillion damage? They can't actually do more than that?
Yeah, no, it's 32-bit. Ripper said that their logs are coded as 32-bit.
So I wonder if they just decided, hey, we can't go past a 3rd decimal spot because if we have a 1 trillion shot and we're trying to calculate the isolytic damage on a 1 trillion shot, we can't handle that.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Here's morale and here's morale. We got morale on this one, so that's going to give us 6.3 plus 3.5 for the hostile plus 5 from the prime multiplied by Cascade. Add Janeway, 26.28.
So 26.3 is what you actually calculate.
Yep, we're going to try 26.3. It is precise. 1131862. That's what they're doing, Jules. They're rounding it to the 10th decimal spot. 3 decimal places.
Rounding.
Wow. They're rounding it to 3 decimal places. And further, we are nerdy enough to have found 3 decimal places. Jules, oh my God, this is embarrassing. I mean, really.
We are accurate to 0.1% and no more than that.
Oh my God, I know, Silvis. This is wildly embarrassing. Okay, this is terribly embarrassing. That I'm going to go back to Scopely and be like, yes, I just cracked your formula and discovered that you are only you're rounding to the 1,000th decimal place, and I demand precision. I demand precision.
Just embarrassing, really.
Oh my God. Well, there you go, guys. That is it.
At least 10,000.
Now, guys, yeah, Cal DeVille says, I feel like I should have given myself a wedgie having listened to this. I mean, I'm just saying. All right, now here's the thing, guys. Through all of this, look at these values. 26.3, 19.4, 26.3, 28.0. Those are net damage adds. Net damage adds. That is what Isolytic is getting you. And guys, we're at tier 1 Janeway. Jules. I mean, I know it's going to take players a little while, but what is she going to do at tier 2, tier 3? I mean, this is going to be huge. And if somebody ever maxes her, lights out. Same thing for 7 of 9, guys. There's more Isolytic damage in PvP than there is in PvE. Let's go back to the artifacts. Let's check this thing out. So we're talking about, the bonuses. I've only got 2, Jules. 6.3, 3.5, and 5 from a Prime that I paid for. Okay, let's check out PvP. So, PvP, I'm going to get my same 6.3 if I've got Morale, right? Narada Tendril, there's another 4.2. Okay, let's see. And if it's a PvP, let's pretend, I guess, let's assume that we're going with the triangle, I guess, Jules, all right? So that means that I'm going to increase Isolytic defense for interceptors, right? Is this the one that I'm doing? This is the one, right? If I'm on an Explorer and I'm going against an interceptor, this is the one,
well,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would increase if
that's
you were
defense. That's
the
defense.
interceptor owner.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's defense. Sorry. Okay, defense.
You're looking for Catan Telescope.
Yeah, and I don't have it unlocked. All right, so let's pretend that I'm going against an Explorer. Even better. Okay? There's another 1%. Okay? Now, Cascade from a tier 2, 7 of 9. All right, why do I say tier 2? Because she was able to be sourced to tier 2. Tier 2, 7 of 9. 18%. All right, so 11.5 times Cascade. Add 18. 31.6% Isolytic. 31.6% Isolytic.
It's huge.
That's massive. That is so massive. Roger Workman says, I've got a tier 3, 7 of 9. Let's pretend that I had a tier 3, 7. So, you know what? We've got a weekend coming up. You want me to shill for you, Scopely? I'll do that. Here's tier 2 for me, 31.57%. Okay? Let me show you what a tier will do for me. Here, Jules. 9.8 plus 5. Oops. 14.8 times. No, wait. What were my bonuses? 11.5, right? That was my PvP bonus against an Explorer. So 11.5. I'm going to multiply that by 1.2 times 1.26. Add 26. Oh, God. Here's the difference between tier 2 and tier 3, guys. 31.6% to 40.5%. 31.6 minus 40.5 for a net damage increase of 8.9%. Net for going from tier 2 to tier 3 this weekend. I don't know about you, Jules. Could you do with an extra 10% net damage?
Yes.
Yep. Let me ask you, Jules.
Yes.
Do you believe that 10% net damage is, in fact, worth 45 million points? That's a little bit of a tougher question, isn't it?
Yeah, because 45 million points also gets me a lot as far as research and possibly tiering the ship I'm going to be using.
Yeah.
The 10% is honestly going to pale in comparison to what I'm actually getting for that 45 million points. Divine is a great question. Have I got 45 million points? how much money would it take me to spend to get 45 million points? And it's less about buying the materials, as you
Having the
clearly found
stuff.
out,
Yeah.
the Latinum to
Well,
do the speed ups, the Latinum to
yeah.
buy the commons to get through the commons.
Yeah, but I also got stupid today, Jules. I don't know if you heard before you came in, but
Oh, I see your Latinum count. I see it.
yeah, I may or may not have had to have more than one conversation with more than one bank on more than one credit card today.
Okay, crazy enough, 250 billion isn't that much to lithium.
Oh no, I know.
Where I know you're going to spend a lot of that, you're
Is
going
on
to eat
research.
through that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
maybe
10,
a dozen researches.
I was going to say that's 10 researches.
Yeah. So you're really not going to extend. So we're going to hit these walls. Divine's completely right. Do you have the ability to spend that milestone 3 times? Oof.
Well,
I have a question for you.
You know what? I have, before you say that, I have one more thought because, and I didn't think about this until just now, and I wish Bubba were here. I wanted to look at this because I'll tell you one thing that I have found. Crap, it's not enough. I'd have to get to tier 7 to unlock another spot. I would really like to have one more underdeck slot. 3 is just not enough. But it takes 2 more tiers. Oh my God, Jules. Oh my God, Jules.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, Jules. Have you listen? We have guys, we have a really special treat for you Sunday night. Sunday night, June Bree is going to be here. And he's going to tell you guys about a new feature he launched over on Spock's Club.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh, God. I could have kissed that man today. I could have kissed that man today. So I am going to now check and see if I have what it takes.
Don't do it. Don't.
Not tonight, but
no,
I'm gonna
just don't do it.
Oh, come on. I want another underdeck slot.
Why don't no, just go to 56 instead.
Well,
do the comparison. What's it going to cost you to get to 56?
Let's do the comparison. Yeah. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Build cost. 3 trillion titanium. That's a lot. But I probably have it in tokens. Oh my God. All right. This is a lot of stuff. Let's check it out. This is a lot of stuff. All right. I definitely have the resources. I could do that. Let's check out the mats and the parts. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Mats and parts. All right. Okay. Common gas, 150,000. I can do that. Common parts, 191,000.
You even have the rare parts. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I could do that. Dilithium, I've got that. Common ore. Yeah, I got that. Uncommon gas, 37,000. Yep, I could do that. Uncommon ore, 11,000. Could do that. Rare gas, 13,000. Could do that. Rare parts, 4.7 thousand. Where did my parts go?
Go to tier 7. Do it. Man up. Teach us my it's
Oh
a
my
bad
God.
idea. Don't listen to the haters. You can do it. We believe in you.
Thanks,
do it, do it, do it.
Thank you, Juby. 4.71 rare explorer parts. I've got
That's a
that.
big one right there.
That's impressively large. 2,000 rare ore, 200. Oh! I don't have enough epic ore. What are the odds that stops me, Jules? That's some bullshit.
That's That's like 2 parts. That's like 2 parts you can't get to tier 7. You're screwed.
Okay. 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 Okay.
You can get it in multiphasics. No, you can't. No, you can't. You cannot get it. You cannot get 5-star epic.
Oh, he did it. He did it. He told me today that he was working on something. I didn't know that it would be here. Jules, I want to show you something that June was talking to me about earlier today. So, guys, I don't want to steal his thunder, but Jules, look at this. The sync is actually bringing on not only raw, but also tokens, and then telling you what you're short in order to do it.
Yeah, you're only 18 trillion parcel short.
Yeah, I'm 18 trillion
Easy.
short.
Easy, just go raid.
100,000. Yeah, so I am way closer to tier 7 than I am Ops 56. Guys, I am miles
Not
away.
miles.
Miles
no, you're not.
away.
No, you're not.
Miles away.
You're so close. But see, okay, look at the gas. Look at the uncommon gas.
42,000. That's like $1,000 worth of packs.
Yeah, but you're going to be an extra 30,000 away from that. You're pushing your goal of 56 and getting your beautiful Sanctus off.
Guys, I can't build a Sanctus. I've spent all my credits on transporter patterns. Ah! Now, do keep in mind. No. Guys, keep in mind, this is including my tokens. This tells me, because of June's brilliance, okay, he has set up this crazy new thing. He's going to be here next week to talk about it. But he has found a way, Jules, to link your account to Spock's Club.
I use it right now.
I used it today. As a matter of fact, I'm going to use it right now. Let me just show you.
You are using it.
Well, yeah, but did you see some of the stuff that he added to it today? Let me just yo, check this out. Hang on. He added even more stuff to it today. Here, let me extract this here real quick.
He's got the desktop device app too. That's amazing.
Yes. Select.
Hey, real quick. You got 15 minutes until reset. Do you need to do any stupid dailies?
Probably. Hang on.
Okay. Just checking.
I'm in the middle of something super important.
Gonna repeat last night.
Yeah, probably. All right, guys. He has created an application. Okay? I'll just show this to you real quick. Okay? I'm going to copy that. I'm going to bring it over here. Link my account. Link my Scopely ID, which I'm not going to do on camera. Okay? But it is Scopely ID. Like, look, it takes you to that. Okay? Oh my God, what's my freaking password? I think that's it. Oh my God. Okay, here it is. So this is what happens. So it's an app, Hoggy Style. It's an app that you download on your PC, and then you log in with your Scopely ID, and it queries your account. Look here. It will retrieve your player details, research, buildings, inventory, officers, and import everything into Spock's Club. And moreover, Jules, it will give you a summary of what's changed. All right? It'll give you a summary of what's changed. Right here, look. So, update 916 resources. The 916 resources would presumably be all of my loot counts. The 62 ships, and again, we still have a couple of things that we're, working on tweaks. But look here, it updated all my researches. All the stuff that I had done in artifacts. It'll tell me what is different as compared to the last time I ran my sync. So when I save my changes here, okay, I save my changes, boom, saved no officer changes, no traits, no buildings, because I didn't do anything today. But I did do, apparently, 51 research. God. Well, artifacts are considered research, so. I did 51. Outside of a leaderboard.
No, there's a leaderboard going on for that.
For Reese? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that.
It
Okay, but
wasn't
anyway.
complete ways.
Yeah, it wasn't a complete way. So then, you just close the app, okay? You close the app, come back over to the website, log back in, all right? Because it does essentially log in on your behalf. And now, guys, your Spox Club, is completely updated with everything you've done in the game to this very second without you having to manually update everything. Let's look. Look, here are the artifacts. Here are the artifacts, guys, that we've been working on. Okay? Here's everything. All of it. I know. What a stallion of a man that June Bree is. Okay? He cracked the puzzle. He did it. Now, I will, because I'm loving on this so much, I do want to take this opportunity to remind you folks that he, like myself, is a content creator. Has his own Discord where you can consult with him and seek support, and a Patreon support page, because I'm here to tell you, how long would that have taken you to go through an update? By the way, it does officers too, Jules. Check this out. All my officers. So my Belana Torres that is maxed, right? Tier 5, but only level 24. It updates everything. So I could come in, like when we've got an officer leaderboard, I could filter my officers as officers not fully leveled to the tier. And then I can sort them by rarity so that I could see, like, the most valuable ones are actually, you know what, let's not sort by rarity. Let's sort by, there we go. Let's sort them by group so I can look through my different synergy groups to see if there's somebody that I need to focus on upgrading.
I'm just shocked you have more than 5.
Oh, shut up, Jules. And then, on top of that...
Like, just upgrade them. What are you waiting for?
Dude, you realize how much officer XP it would take to do all this? Now, I do also want to point out this right here. Jules, do you know what this button does right here? Can you see it? Let me blow it up for you guys. Can you see?
Oh, I see it.
Can you see this button right here? You guys see that right there? Holy crap! It takes every officer and every trait XP and everything and will automatically deposit into Stewie's officer tool. Unbelievable. La Roosteronians, what are you doing tonight? Welcome in. Yo! Woo! La Roosteronians! What's up? Hey, what's wrong with our shout-outs, Jules? What's wrong with the shout-outs?
Wish I knew. Not a mod.
I didn't know they were turned off. I'll have to tinker with that later, guys. Sorry, I didn't know they were broken. I'll have to fix it. I'll have to figure it out. How do I make you a mod? Apparently not easily.
Figure it out later.
Yeah, apparently not easily. Yeah, sorry, my shout-outs aren't working, LaRooster. I don't know what's going on. Oh, dailies! Sugar! I think I claimed
Divine,
most
you
of
thought
them.
he was actually going to finish his dailies.
I think I claimed most of them.
Hey, Wardot, if you're here, he's unshielded.
Never. I am never unshielded.
Quick, Wardot, touch him.
Don't touch me. God, you filthy man. All right. There we go. Do we got any other assignments we want to run? Yeah, we'll pop that one for tomorrow. Cool. All right. Oh, really? I can do that? Okay, here we go. Exclamation or /mod at Jewel. Oh my gosh. Hot dang. Cool. Thanks, Wire Speed. There you go, Jules. Now you can see what's wrong.
That was quick.
That was crazy. Thanks, Wire Speed. That was pretty fantastic. Dang. That's impressive. All right. Let's see. Dailies, everybody. Look, I do have a daily to claim. Away teams assignments. There you go. 7 minutes on the clock. Go claim your dailies. Woo! All right. So, yeah, that's beautiful. And only goes to show you that I am nowhere near Ops 56. It's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, no, we need Shipyard. Because I would only do it if I was ready to, like, blast it out. So this is what I'm short. And by the way, so this is what we're talking about. What he has added to Spock's Club. What he's added to Spock's Club is that it will pull your resources and tokens and tell you if you have a shortage. I mean, can you guys imagine what this tool is going to do for auctions? I mean, Jules. Holy bananas. Holy bananas. You know? I mean, right here, right now, I can tell you, I am short a great amount of stuff. So, well, that's the question, Devon. Do I have 45 million points? Probably not. Let's go back. Let's go back over here to the Corvus. Actually, I probably could. Well, no. I don't know. Let's see. All right. G5 uncommons worth 150 points, right? So there's 5 million. Another, no, I don't. There's no way. What's G5 rare worth? What's G5 rare worth? Is it 250? Or 200, 300? Still not enough. No. I can't even do it with a Corvus. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do now? Oh, you're trying to shout out Luke?
Asking, yeah. And I was able to shout out LaRooster by just tagging him and using the shout out command.
Yeah,
you're using the bot. I have to look into the bots. Hold on. I'm working. You keep calculating your auction potential here. I'm actually curious because this is the same calculation I made, I could build a Corvus and take it to tier 6, but it would barely get me through this auction. 45 million points is just a lot of materials.
Yeah. And I can't do it with building. I can't do it with a ship. I mean, with the ship, I've got 10 million points. But then that would leave me completely naked trying to get to Ops 56. Lieutenant Fire says, I can't find Spock's Club. It's because the website is just Spock's.club. Here, I'll send it. I'll put it in the chat. https:// Spock's.club. That's it. There you go, Fire. And I remember when we started this, you had to go in and load everything, Jules. Not now. Somebody could literally create an account with Spock's Club and have their entire account uploaded in 60 seconds. I mean, wow. You know? Back in my day, Jules, we had to come over here. Back in my day, I
had to use drop downs.
Yeah, I had to click on an individual station tree and then click on the drop down and select my method of level. Actually, if you really wanted to get super geeky about it, Jules, back in my day, I had a 3-ring spiral notebook and I wrote everything down in it. That's right. Ugh. This is crazy. I got to be honest with you. I can't believe he did it. I honestly can't believe he did it. You know, people have been working on that for years. You know that, right? Years.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. It's very impressive. Oh. Yeah, Voltron says, back in my day, I used L cars. It doesn't seem like that was that long ago, but yeah, I'm with you, man. I remember doing this crap in L cars too. It's crazy. So, shout out June Bree. What a brilliant genius. Just mad scientist, man. Mad scientist. All right. Actually, Snipes, I wasn't around for the Hive. Or at least I wasn't involved in the community. I remember the Hive. I knew about the Hive. But I didn't actually use the Hive. But L-Cars came out of the Hive. And I do remember L-Cars. All right, so dailies have struck. Let's see what we've got on our dailies calendar. Ooh, a research event. Gee, shucky darn. I love doing research. I'm doing a lot of research these days, man. Doing a lot of research.
Good time to upgrade those artifacts.
Well, no, I've already done all that. But I might go ahead and finish. No, you know what? I'm not going to finish that yet. You want to know why? Because tonight, I say tonight because now it's after midnight. But guys, starting at 6 o'clock on Saturday, you'll have a research solo leaderboard paired with a research solo milestone. So if you've got any primes or big power researches to do, then that would be great to do at 6 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday. Do I want to complete a 117,000 power prime? No, I don't. But I do want to complete 25,000 points. Oh, that's 270,000, so we ain't going to do that one. You know, I could probably spend a lot of those materials in the new station tree. Matter of fact, we're going to do that research tonight. All right, let's find some. We've got to find 25,000 points that we can clear out. There's 6.
It'll take you a few to get there. To get to where it needs uncommon.
12.
DJ, what is wrong with you?
What do you mean what's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with me, Duval. Nothing's wrong with me. I'm feeling great. Man,
Like,
I'm
for instance,
I'm gonna run out of cosmic
Starbase-
particles.
Yeah, Starbase sustainability, you need to get to tier 4 before you hit any uncommon. Tier 3 before you hit any uncommon.
I'm gonna run out of cosmic particles.
How many do you have?
1,533. So,
Yeah, you're gonna run out.
what does level 3 cost?
I mean, you can do 2 levels of Starbase sustainability with that. That's it, and you haven't hit uncommon yet. So,
What? Duval, what happened?
yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing.
Duval, I did say your name, didn't I? Didn't I say your name? Nothing's wrong with me, Duval! Why am I spending tonight? I'm not spending uncommon, Wildstar. I'm spending common. I'm trying to get myself ready for tomorrow. See, these are common. So I was just kind of looking, but I do want to do 25,000 points tonight. Just trying to think. See, that would be 18. I don't think I want to do one of those. I'm sorry, Duval, if I missed him. Here, you know, I know how to go back and check. Sorry, I've been deep in the nerdism tonight, man. Like, have you not seen how nerdy we've been tonight? All right, hang on. Here's what I'm going to do, Duval. I got you, Duval. Check this out. Hold on. I have something amazing for you, Duval. All right. Check this out. Hang on. All right, here we go. Are we ready, everybody? Here we go. Duval! God, you stink, and thank you for your kitty bitties. I appreciate you. Thank you for the long fart.
Is it?
Yes, it is, Duval. Thank you very much. I know. I love Duval. Thank you, Duval, for your 200 kitty bitties. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
DJ,
What?
what is wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me, Duval. Thank you for your 200 kitty bitties. I appreciate you very much. Nothing's wrong with me, Duval. I'm getting ready for tomorrow. Getting ready. I gotta queue up a bunch of uncommon stuff. Because I think I'm in a position, Jules, to where I don't need to finish the milestone. Where is she? 7 of 9. Never mind. I'm a big fat liar. I need 220 shards. I guess that's not happening. How is somebody going to get her to tier 3 tomorrow? How are you guys going to do that?
If you place first.
Oh, that'll never happen in my bracket. Never happen in my bracket.
But that's how somebody else could do it. They could place first.
That is true. Place first and finish your 45 million points. You could do it. Man, crazy. Pricey. Wildstar says, how close are we to the monthly subscriber goal? Yo, check that out over there. Check it out. We hit it last night, which means I guess I should have been reminding people because I haven't been. Let me pull up my prize closet. By the way, Jules, would you believe how freaking efficient I was today? See, Trader put pressure on me last night, guys. She said, if you wanted a battle pass, then you had to get in touch with me like super quick because time is running out. And so people messaged me from the winners last night. Can I just tell you, Jules? I did 100% of the claimed prizes. Like, even the people who won last night were paid today. Like, tell me that ever happens. All right?
Well, maybe that's why you were flagged for irregular activity.
Yes. Yes, it was, because I took every prize winner that I have had since August 10th. I did, just to give you guys an idea, that was 30 people that I had to process things for today. 30. So yeah, my credit cards had a stroke. 30 players I issued prizes to today. Everybody, 100%, all the way from August 10th through August 24th. Was I late for work? No, not that bad. Maybe like 10 minutes or something. Nothing crazy. Nothing abnormal. I'm usually kind of late. Juby says you forgot to send me sexy pictures. I did have somebody send me a picture for my dating profile. Do you guys want to see it?
Mwah.
Oh,
You're the
thanks.
best. Mwah. Give me hugs and kisses.
Thank you, Mac Daddy. Yeah, Juby. No, it's a legitimate picture. Somebody clipped this out of Beck's video and said I should put that. In my profile. They said that it captured a true, genuine moment of happiness. And 3 of my chins. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess it's nice, but like I think it makes me look chunkier than I actually am. I think it makes me look chunkier than I actually am. But yeah, they said that I should upload it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Juby says it makes you look like a legitimately happy person. Well, that would be a lie. That would be fake news. All right. Oh, I thought I'd started another research. I didn't. Crapola. Okay. Let's go back in. What were we? Yeah, sustainable investigation. That's what we were going to try to do, Jules. And you don't think I can get another level out of this thing?
Well, I don't think you can get to uncommon. You'll get through all your common stuff. No problem.
Yeah. Look, right there it is. Level 3 takes 4,200. So I'm ready for
there
that.
you go.
I'm ready for that tomorrow. Which means I could do... No, I can't. I'll be out of particles. I can't do... Yeah. Oh, God, that was close. All right, can't do that. So... All right, so... Let's see if there's anything left in the combat tree that takes common.
Which, like, 2,000 uncommon is...
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm going to do... You know what? This will be fun. You guys know I just did a sync, right? I just did a sync. I will do another sync for you guys tomorrow night, and we'll see how many researches I've done. I bet it'll be ridiculous. As a matter of
You're
fact...
going to run out of lithium so fast.
I know. As a matter of fact, what I'll do, folks, is I will run a sync at the end of the Armada event. That way, it won't be artifacts that gets counted. I'll show you guys actually how many. As a matter of fact, let's bet some toy mice on it. Yes, and then we'll save it for tomorrow night. Okay? How many researches will DJs complete for 7 of 9? Okay. So we'll go with K. All right. I'll give you guys plenty of time to vote on this. There it is, everybody. 10 minutes are on the clock. You'll have an opportunity to vote and gamble your toy mice on how many researches will DJs complete tomorrow for 7 of 9. The brackets are 10 to 24. I should have just made it 24 and down. And you know what? You know what? I did this wrong. Hold on. I'm ending submissions. Hang on. I'm deleting it and refunding points. That's what I'm doing. I'm deleting it and refunding points because I made a typographical error. Hang on. Okay. All right, now I've got it. This is how I'm setting it up, people. This is how I'm setting it up. I'm setting it up. It says how many researches will DJs complete by August 28th, which basically just means by tomorrow night at midnight. And that's why I can't be doing it 7 of 9 because it's a 48-hour event. But for tomorrow's research solo leaderboard that I was showing you guys about, for tomorrow night's research solo leaderboard, and knowing that I'm going to have to do the majority of my points with researches, how many researches will I be able to complete? Now your predictions are back up. Okay, there you go. Predictions are back up. Jules, categories are 24 and down, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 59, 60 to 79, 80 to 99, or 100 plus.
So if we know you're raw to lithium, can you show us your tokens?
Yeah. Yes. Didn't Spock's Club show us that? Let's see. I thought Spock's Club showed us that. Crap. Wrong one. Here we go. It might not have shown dilithium. I don't remember. There you go. I have... Oh, my God. That is so dangerously low. I only have 568 billion dilithium. Dilithium.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am boned.
Yeah.
I am so boned. Oh, that's disappointing. Thought I had more than that. I've been doing a lot of research, Jules, man. I've been doing a lot.
This is a long timer. 8.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I just set it up because people gonna have to think a little bit. So I mean, and plus we're not deciding the outcome tonight. We're not deciding the outcome tonight. It'll I'll save it for tomorrow's stream. So.
Of course.
Really, is that all the tokens that I've got?
You can save it.
Wow. Wow. I am broke as a joke, man. Bad news bears. So let's figure out what researches we're going to start tonight. Prefer to do something that's going to cost common. I think all this stuff is queued up and ready to go with uncommon. All right, yep, that one's completely ready. Station tree, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Divine, but I'm not talking about. Yeah, no, this is why I'm saying it says by 8:28. I mean by tomorrow night at midnight. So we can determine the winner tomorrow on the air. Okay. Got you, Juby. I'll refund your points. Hang on. Got you, Juby. And boom. There you go. You got them back. Matter of fact, Daddy and Shawty, I refunded your points because I haven't done my random thought. Strangler, I refunded your points because I didn't change my name. Although I have been drinking a lot. So I'll redeem the hydrates. Yeah, tomorrow's the 26th MDB, so technically what I meant was like by the start of 8:28, which would technically be midnight tomorrow, right? Shoot, that means no, it'd be the 27th. Damn, I'm still an idiot. Do you want me to refund it again? Do you want me to cancel it again? Or do you guys?
I think everyone knows what you're trying to do.
Yeah, everybody know what you're trying to do.
And everyone knows how much dilithium you have left and how much you'll have left when you're done.
I literally said I want to figure it out tomorrow. I want to figure it out tomorrow.
You can buy dilithium platinum.
Ew, that's a terrible conversion.
You don't want another conversion.
No, it's really bad. God, the dependencies in this tree are unbelievable. All right. We'll go with those. Because I'm saving. I think I'm saving.
So can I ask you,
Yeah, there we
you're
go.
doing defensive platform research. If it wasn't for an auction and to piss off Wardot, would you be doing it for any other reason?
No, not at all. Look, here's where I'm at, Jules. I have started, I've picked through the researches I want. Look, now these are all maxed. For auctions, I'm just going through in order. I'm just going through an order, man. And clicking what I can. Look, my combat tree is literally almost completely done up until right here where it starts taking uncommon. I've worked through all the commons, but look, I mean, it's all there. Like all this stuff. And but everything from here down is all maxed, which is not necessary, but it's all maxed. My outlaw tree, 100% completely done. 100.
Juby's got a good question.
What's that?
How much do you have left? How much G4 research do you have left?
Probably not a great deal. The Galaxy tree, crazy enough, does not use a ton of G4 material. Ironically, It's funny. We used to complain about this, Jules, but the research efficiencies have made it decent. So, yeah, I still have some G4 research to do. But, I mean, it's not that look, 155. 142. The efficiencies have made this cheaper. 371, guys. 355. Like, these are not going to be big point getters. I'm going to blow way too much Latinum. You know, I'm going to blow way too much Latinum and probably dilithium trying to burn through 800 uncommon. You know, now that one's got 1,800, but yeah. Guys, I don't have a lot of speed ups. I spent all my speed ups earlier in the month. Like, honest to God, I don't have any. Look. This is it. I do not have a great deal of speed ups. Latinum is going to be my problem, Freelancer, just like it was last week. Mimi. 15 million lat will not get me through tomorrow. It will not. I mean, I know that sounds crazy. 15 million lat will not get me through tomorrow. There was something else I was getting ready to look at. Oh, yeah. Somebody said, yeah, I'm maxing and scrapping jellies. Yep. I did that for the last one. And I am now out of blueprints. There it is. I have no blueprints and no jellies left. I've maxed them all. Yes, Moonreb. Artifacts do count as researches. However, what I told you guys is that I will run a sync tomorrow at 6 p.m. Or at noon Eastern. I'll run it at noon Eastern when the event ends, because the event ends at noon Eastern tomorrow. So I'll run a sync, get rid of all my artifacts, and then and that way the count will just be researches that I've done. I did decide, Jules, on committing to Harry Kim in the event store over Tom Paris.
I think that makes sense with where you're at.
I'm almost ready to get him to tier 4. I can almost get him there. Not quite tonight, I don't think. Nope. Very close. Very close. I'm about 20,000 loot away from getting him to tier 4, which obviously I'll be able to do tomorrow. Balana's maxed. Harry's going to get to tier 4. And that'll probably about wrap up my event store. The reason that I decided to go with Harry Kim is because I also hit a pretty special milestone, Jules. Finally, the pressure's off.
I see it.
Yep, the pressure's off.
Can you actually, while you've got that, did you do any extra skills for Admiral Kirk?
Yeah, I maxed them out.
Okay.
Well,
So
I maxed out what I could.
Second star to the right? Correct?
I don't know that. Yeah. Yep, I took it to number 4. Yep. Hey, what's up, souls? How are things with you? Thank you for your 13-month resub with Amazon Prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Carissa says, how much loot did you buy? I bought... Okay. How much loot came in that first pack at the beginning of the month? It's 180, right? It's 180,000, I think, Jules, wasn't it?
It was 200,000.
200?
First round.
Okay.
180,000 in this particular.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah. So you got 400,000.
So I bought I bought 400,000.
Shenanigans.
So I bought 400,000. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I did. I got 400,000 on day one. Sorry, Anubis. I didn't mean that I maxed him. I meant that I maxed as high as I could go. I maxed everything that I wanted. Warp range, but warp range is only 2.8%. Like that seems like a really lame skill, to be honest with you.
It's not great.
No, it's not good.
Can you actually do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you get a discovery out and put Grush on board and then tell me the warp range?
Absolutely.
I want to double check a calculator.
Be happy to, my man. There's Grush on a max disco. And let's head on up to the Delta Quadrant.
You don't actually have to go anywhere. Just
I'm not.
look at the details.
Yeah, I need to go to a deep system.
No, you can just look at the chip details.
236.
Thank you. Yep. Perfect. Thanks.
There you go.
So Grush does apply to that particular research,
Yes.
as far as I can tell. So Grush actually multiplies that particular research as we had predicted.
Yes. Anubis. It comes from your level. Okay. The power comes from the Commander XP. So mine's maxed. I'm level 100, tier 20, level 100. Right here. All right. That's where it comes from. If you look at my Spock, for example, Spock is only 6,044 because I've only got him to tier 18, level 90.
And to be clear, the level actually doesn't mean anything.
No, it
except
doesn't.
every time you level up a commander, you get skill points, uncommon skill points for that particular commander.
Yes. Yep. And I spent them all. I spent them all. So yes, Aminal Hungry says, "Don't you want multiphasics?" Yes. Here's the thing. When there is a pack that comes along that is ridiculously good, like this, maybe. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying here, Animal? You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Well, he can't say it, but I can. It's limit 1.
Well, daggone it, Jules. I want more than one.
Well, you can't do that in this one screen. Oh, that's an interesting second screen you have going.
It is an interesting second screen that I have going.
Can you possibly have 2 screens open at the same time?
I think. Let me check. I'm not 100% sure. Let me see if
There's no way. There's no way it's possible.
I'm gonna check and find out. Let's see. Where did I lose it? Where'd it go? All right. You know what? Maybe I did lose it. Oh, wait.
You have so many screens.
I do have a lot of screens. Okay, wait. So wait, there's this screen and this screen at the same time.
It's almost like you can work in both screens at the same time, doing, I don't know, similar things.
You know what? Amazon told me earlier that I had to wait an hour before trying my transaction again. I feel like it's been an hour. I should probably not do this on screen. I think it pops up my name. Yep. That was close.
Does it also pop up a customer service window?
Not yet. Damn it, Amazon. God! Dang it! Dude, stupid! Why? Take my money! So anyway.
Oh, that's getting flipped.
So yeah. Anyway, so what I'm trying to do is use two windows at the same time. You see, Aminal? Now, obviously, I will use Xola when I can. I want the multiphasics when I can. But now and then, there's stuff that I just want more of than I'm allowed to have. So I trade the multiphasics for ×2 of what I'm not allowed to have. Does that make sense? I tried that, Captain Super Hater. Legit. I tried to buy a gift card earlier today. Honest to God, didn't work. Didn't work. I tried it. No, Amazon is freaking out on me right now. Amazon is freaking out because I'm trying to buy too much. That's all I want. I want to spend $450 on coins. Yo, what's up, Rex? Oh, yeah. No, I am. I had to call. I spent an hour on the phone with Amazon customer service, and they told me to try again in an hour. Well, it's been 2 hours and 20 minutes, and it's not working. Thank you, Benny Hill, for the 5 kitty bitties. Appreciate you. I am going to go in and see if I can buy a gift card here real quick. But I'm sure I'm not going to be able to. I'm sure I'm not going to be able to. Reload balance. $450. Buy now. Place my order and pay. All right. It says that it went through, but it won't because it did that last time too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I have to use. Yeah. Look, it didn't. It took 0 seconds. We have canceled your recent Amazon.com order because we were concerned about its authenticity. Yeah. Yeah, Retro Hunter, you're absolutely right. So, so while I've got this here, check this out. I can also do this. So, wait, Jules. Now, wait a second. Jules, how many windows is that?
You have many windows, but none of which will take your money. So I see a fundamental problem here.
I am having trouble getting them to take my money tonight. All right, there does seem to be issues with them taking my money.
This sounds like a brilliant idea if you could give somebody your money.
Yep, it's not working. Not working. I just tried to buy the gift card. Yeah, it ain't gonna work. Oh, crazy. They got their finger on me today, Jules. They got me all figured out today. So, anywho.
Good call. Will 7-Eleven take your money?
That's funny. 7-Eleven probably would take my money.
Can you buy 7-Eleven at the same time you windows open?
Actually, you can. I've done it. It works too. I mean, it works. Listen, can I just be straight up honest with you? Just for fun one time, like not necessarily because I wanted it or wanted to spend it or whatever, I was able to buy 5 packs. 5. At once. Limit 1. I did it. iOS, Amazon, Web Store, Amazon Web Store, and Cash Pay at Family Dollar. I did it. It's kind of crazy. I had a lot of event store loot. But, I mean, you know, if you're going to do it on something you're going to use, right? Oh, you guys are done with your predictions. All right, Jules, let's see what the crowd thinks. Looks like, ooh, wow. The crowd thinks I'm going to be able to get 60 researches done. I don't know, Jules. That's a lot. That's a lot of dill.
It's a lot, but you may be fighting somebody else for that research top slot. So you may be throwing in a few other researches that are non-mat spending just to get that number up.
Oh, no. No, I'm too OCD for that, Jules. I'm too OCD. I'm too OCD for that. I will spend materials. Like that is for daggone sure.
300 at a time.
No, it's not really normal, Doom. I was just home alone and a little bit bored, so I came out and hung out. We nerded out earlier. We cracked the Isolytic cascade formula down to 3 decimal places because why not? And
yeah, 1/10 of 1%. Stocks aren't even this accurate.
Yeah. Oh. Wildstar says, so you can't get this on your computer with the Amazon Web Store, only with your mobile device. Oh, yes. Yes, you can. It just requires this. Requires BlueStacks. Okay? You can do it. It just requires an emulator. So go to BlueStacks.com and download BlueStacks 5, and you can do it that way. Yep. Wildstar says BlueStacks will, or the Amazon App Store will also play on a Windows 11 PC, but I still have Windows 10. But it's really easy. When you download BlueStacks, you've got your desktop here. So then you just go to Amazon.com and download. I got to be careful about what I show you guys here. Just download the Amazon app. Okay, just download it somewhere on your PC and then drag and drop it onto your BlueStacks desktop, and that's this. And then come into its app store and download Star Trek Fleet Command. That's it. Just like using Android, it's just you're shopping from the Amazon App Store instead of the Google Play Store. Shorts, why? Oh, because of the leaderboard? Yeah. I actually, I lost one and won one today. But I only did it on a rare. I didn't do it on an epic because I still don't have enough tier up catalyst. But yeah, I still don't have enough tier up catalyst to even attempt the epic again, and even then it's 50%, so whatever. But I did fail Borg nanoplating once, but then I was successful in getting it to level 10. And now I could tier it. But I don't want to because it's going to cost on my tier up catalyst, and I would prefer to hold my tier up catalyst for the Metreon Cascade. Because the Metreon Cascade, if I tier it up again, it pretty much gives me absolutely nothing, doesn't it? Well, that's what I want to invest in. I want to do the Metreon Cascade. So, it is what it is. It's such a terrible feature. I am not a whale, Mimi. I did it for science. I do a lot of things for science. I do a lot of things for science. You guys have seen me do a lot of things for science. MDB says BS. You guys are the ones that push me to do it. Get off your high horses. Give me a break. Andy, I would love if changes came to Forbidden Technology, but I'm not holding my breath. I've been asking them for a month. They doubled down on me and launched 6 new Forbidden Technologies with no changes. So, whatever. I don't even care. If it gets better, it gets better, but they've already lost me on Forbidden Tech. I don't care. It's a terrible feature. Absolutely bloody horrible. Gag me. I don't want it. Remove it from my account. Oh, shut up, Retro Hunter. I do not spend more than a level 60. That is ridiculous. Fake news. Really, truthfully, I don't spend off camera. The only time I ever spend is with you guys. Because I'm not suffering from peer pressure when it's just me. Not suffering from peer pressure when it's just me. There we go. So that research will finish us up for the night. And we'll run that one. We'll go ahead and run this one to have it queued up and ready for tomorrow. All right, there we go. All right. Berlin says, who spends more now, you or Trader? Me. Trader doesn't play. I'm still working on her, though. Didal, I hear you. He says, I took the opposite approach. I've been doing uncommons and commons so they don't have a chance to fail, but they're also worthless. They're also just, like, I mean, all you're doing is for the leaderboard at that point. You know? It's not for the it's not for the benefit of the feature.
To be honest, that may have more value than failing an epic upgrade.
Well, that's true.
3 times in a row.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for rubbing it in.
I don't know if he's done that.
If this next one fails, it would be 4. Is it 4? No. It wouldn't be 4 in a row, but it would be 4 total failures, right? Oh, listen, I'm going to fail this. There's a 50 shot. I mean, it's going to fail. How is it not going to fail? I feel like it'll, I don't know. Fingers crossed, I guess. Flip of the coin, I suppose. But I don't know. It sounds, Tabby Moses says, I hope it fails. Thanks, man. Jeez. That's rude. All right. I don't think I really have much else to do tonight. Let me check my events list real quick before we go. I'll finish that in the morning. Oh, there we go. I know why my computer is hiccuping a little bit. It's because I'm running BlueStacks in the background. Just going to close that out. That's done. Oh, another formation. I'm in. And Hermit. How many of you guys still have starts left? Anybody have starts? I'm completely fresh out. I've spent every formation Armada directive that I got. I have none left. Hal says I'm out. Yep, I'm out, buddy. I got 0. 0.
So by the way, I'm up to 4 failures in a row.
Wow.
I posted the evidence in our lab. I gotta figure out what the odds are on that. Where's
Wow.
Putz when you need him?
Dude, the odds on this. Well, shouldn't we be able to figure it out? It was
Yeah.
all right.
65.
6.25. 6.25%.
That's the odds?
Yep. 50, 25, 12.5, then 6.25. He failed it 4 times in a row.
So 6% chance of failing it 4 times in a row.
Correct.
That's
which is
right.
which is hilarious. He has a 6% chance of doing that, but he hit, even though he's got a 70% chance at succeeding. You know, like it almost is. It's laughable.
I just want you to know, I haven't invested anything in Forbidden Tech. I have a tier 1, level 2 epic. This is all I've invested any of my proto matter into.
Oh, this is yours?
This is it.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
this is mine. This is all I have to show
No.
for the
That's-
entire arc's worth of content is 1 level up.
Wow. That is rough, man. That
And
is rough.
I am not even as mad as I would be for you, who spent $100 and lost most of it
Yeah.
to failures.
Yup.
I'm not mad about this because I knew it was not great RNG before I started.
Mimi says, it is hilarious. I've got better epic fleet Forbidden technology than both Jules or DJs, despite them spending purely by having better RNG. Jules didn't spend. I did.
Mimi, this is it. Every other Forbidden Tech I have is level 1. The only thing I've ever tried to do was level up this 1 epic. And so far, I've gotten 1 level out of it.
So funny. Why don't you try
That's it.
You've got enough proto matter. Hit the button.
I don't want to.
Hit the
It
button,
hurts.
Jules.
It
Do
hurts me inside.
Jules, hit the button. Do it. There's
God
an event.
damn it.
There's an event, Jules. Do it right now. Do it.
But if I fail, it means
Do it.
nothing.
Do it, Jules. Do it, Jules.
God damn it.
Send me the picture.
Hey!
Hey! Yeah!
I'm
look at
level 3.
it! See, now, aren't you glad you hit the button? Aren't you glad you hit that button?
Sure.
Send me the new picture. Let's let everybody enjoy themselves with you. There it is, everybody.
There we go.
There,
More
he did it.
damage percentage to hostiles.
There
That's
you go.
it.
Oh, that's good.
That's it.
Hey, great news though. Your
Yeah?
use favor just dropped 5%.
Yeah.
Yeah, your odds for the next one just dropped 5%. And he's out of proto matter. So
Yeah.
we'll follow back up with Jules in about a month for him to try again.
Yeah.
Oh boy. There you go. That's funny right there. Mm-mm.
The funny part is that we've been railing on the lack of tier up catalyst. I haven't even seen that option yet.
Yeah, you won't.
Yeah. I've got like another 3 months before I see that option at this rate. I'll have plenty.
That one, zero signal. This is only 3 fails. This one right here is only 3 fails. Because your benevolence goes up 1.01%. So this is 3 fails right here. But yeah, I can see what you're doing. You're trying to go to tier 2. You've had 3 fails in a row on tier up catalysts, which are 10 times harder to earn than the proto matter.
That's rough.
Yeah, that is terrible. And the reason you know that, Zero, is because benevolence resets when you succeed. That's another kick in the joint. Look here. Here's Jules before. Q's favor 65%, benevolence at 4, right? Then he succeeded. Look what happened. Q's favor stayed the same. Benevolence resets. So on top of the odds already being trash, your loss points reset on a success. That's an even bigger kick in the balls. So this one right here is 3 failures, Zero. This is 3 failures right here. But you don't even get to keep your measly 3%. If you succeed, then benevolence disappears. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? What a terrible feature.
Maybe they only track it in certain areas, apparently, when they know the numbers are going to be tiny.
Oh, man. I'm still waiting for my Amazon coins to come through. It says that it's processing still. I really wanted to buy the Borg Queen's remains. Jules, you know, you and I were talking earlier today about this one. Bubba Joe is actually the one who changed my mind on it, in case you were wondering why I was being crazy. Did you wonder why I was being crazy?
You being crazy, that's normal. That's on par for a Twitch stream.
It's Cascade, man. It's Cascade. It multiplies by itself and then adds back. I mean, it's still not huge, but it's still multiplicative, and now it's going to double. You know?
The actual remains aren't Cascade, but you're saying that
if I
other things.
If I ran 7 of 9 or Janeway, those are Cascade officers. So if I'm looking at Cascade, it means I'm going to get more than just 3% out of these remains, you know?
But if you're comparing, like you were talking about a $100 purchase, which gets you to 3% Isolytic damage for all ships.
Right.
A $200 purchase would get you to 4.5%. So,
and then another $200 gets you to 10%. I mean,
well,
here's the thing. This is kind of why I'm wanting to do it. I'm wanting to be relatively well-rounded. I will be honest with you. If I am not able to pull off my Amazon trick with this, I probably won't buy it, to be perfectly honest with you. Because buying it once doesn't really do me any good. That's why I wanted to buy it twice. You know what I'm saying?
I guess I'm curious because there is the prime, the 2-level prime that goes you from 5 to 10% for $200 spent.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Compared to this, for $200 spent, you're getting 4.5%, which is less than half.
True.
So why? why this one versus the Prime?
So this one also has event store loot in it, and it contains 170 other Isolytic shards. Those 170 other Isolytic shards are also going to get me closer to remnants. You know?
But you're not close to remnants because you need Artifact Gatherer 50.
Which I'll have
in order to
probably.
even.
I'll have that in 30 to 45 days, man.
Okay.
That's what we were doing today. Like, that was a knee-jerk reaction. We started really thinking about it, right? And mapping it out. I am probably 30 to 45 days away from that point, and remnants become an actual valuable currency at this particular time. You know what I'm saying? So it's not only for Board Queen, which obviously I eventually do want to max her, right? But it's also to help me on my goals with Ensign Kim. And then also 170 other Isolytic shards, which 170 Isolytic shards, well, actually it'd be 340, Jules, because I'd do it twice. 340 Isolytic shards is absolutely going to start me generating remnants. Like, it will. Like, hands down. Like, it's almost guaranteed, you know?
What would you use remnants for first off?
I don't need remnants today, but in 30 to 45 days, I will have 3 artifacts here ready to go. 4. The Narada not quite on the Tendril. These 3 artifacts will be ready in 45 days to start using remnants. And probably the Narada Tendril soon after that, and maybe even O'Brien's Dartboard a little bit after that. The rest of them probably going to take a little while. Yeah, but those 4 or 5, yeah, they'll be ready for remnants in 45 days.
So yes, Brett Day, they're exactly transporter patterns. You get remnants from any maxed artifact.
Yep.
That you can spend on any other
Yes.
maxed artifact to take it
Yes.
past its intended max value.
Yeah, it's like a
so which
Joker.
artifact are you gonna max first? Max first. Blade of Takan. You gonna do the Protons Blaster. What do you think?
Protons Blaster. Protons Blaster, probably, and then depending on where I am with the Tendril or the Dartboard, one of those two, depending on where I am with those. And I got to be honest with you, Jules. Truth be told, you're absolutely right when we're talking about Board Queen's Remains and the Prime and all this stuff. But you will notice that it wasn't even like a question, what's missing here? There's the Prime Isolytic damage. Prime Isolytic mitigation is missing because it's a no-brainer. Before you buy Board Queen, before you buy Prime Isolytic output, absolute no-brainer on Prime Isolytic mitigation, folks. No-brainer. Okay? As a matter of fact, you guys saw earlier when I clicked on one, I had enough Dolomite. That's because I haven't started it yet, but tomorrow, where is it? Here it is. Tomorrow, I will do this one. This one is big. So, to be honest with you, Jules, I think this one is more important than either of the 2 output ones. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not convinced. I mean, it's still a, 1 plus that. So it's still not the best formula for defense. You need to more than double your defense for every double of Isolytic damage.
Well, good point.
To have the same end output.
So what is the net impact of 30%?
Let's pretend you started at, if you want to say starting at 0. So you have 0 defense at all. and you're getting hit by a player that's got a 10% Isolytic defense or Isolytic damage. If you have 0.3, doing quick math here,
It's going to be 15% net reduction of the Isolytic damage.
tw- 15%
Yeah.
reduction.
Yeah, because it's the efficiency calculator. So doesn't it pretty much, it kind of goes in half. It's 1 divided by... Actually,
1.3.
yeah, so it's a 60, it's a 33... No. That's not right. Hang on now. Now I'm confusing myself. Damn it. One divided by 1.3.
So
It's going to be a 23% net reduction on this first one. 23% net. I mean, let me ask you a crazy question. What if you went up against somebody? What if you went up against somebody with a trying to find my STFC.space. Where is it? I'm all over the board here. Okay. What if you went up against somebody with tier 5, 7 of 9? 50%. Let's assume for a second, Jules, you went up against somebody with a 50% cascade from 7 of 9. So let's say that their Isolytic output is, let's say it's 20% in artifacts and research times 1.5 plus 50. So let's assume for a second that you've got 80% Isolytic damage coming at you. That prime is going to be kind of important, dude. That prime, let's assume that you've got, what do you want to say, 10% defense? All right, so let's assume that you got 10% defense. So you're going to do the 80 divided by 1.1, right? That means 72% of the total shot's going to come through. No, that's not right. 100 divided by 1.1. 91% of the total shot, of the total Isolytic shot's going to come through, right? Because Isolytic offense has nothing to do with defense. The defense is the percentage of the total data that's coming through, or the total damage that's coming through, right? Right?
I think, yeah. I think that if we want to just kind of simplify this a little bit, if you're just looking at what the Isolytic defense is going to do, the Isolytic damage.
Let's say Isolytic damage itself is 1 million. And you've got 10% Isolytic defense, then 900.
Yes. So 900,000 essentially.
909,000 technically.
Yeah.
Would come through and hit you. Okay? But
so
now
add 30% to that. So take that value
divided by 1.4. Okay? That's going to take your Isolytic shot from 909,000 down to 710,000.
Okay.
714,000. So it's going to save you roughly 200,000 on that one shot, which is non-mitigated. That's 200,000 straight to shield and hull on one shot. And by the way, we're using really small numbers here, obviously, too, right? I mean, we saw shots earlier in that battle log that were 4 and 5 and 6 and 36 million.
If we spin that around, I'm trying to figure out how to add this into the formula. If you say, hey, instead of me saving damage coming to me, what if I just outputted more damage? So what if I bought 5% of Isolytic damage and pushed that onto my opponent? How much extra damage would I send versus I save?
Well, That's why we talked earlier. It probably needs to be a decent balance, right? All I'm saying is, given the fact that this is a 30% effect as compared to 5% or 3% from the Queen, automatically kind of makes this a little bit more potent on the defensive side. All right? That's not to say that offense isn't more important or as important, but like we discovered earlier, you can't just look at one side of the formula either. We gotta look at. Imagine 5 years ago, Jules, if nobody did mitigation. I mean, even today, mitigation is still huge in the game, right? That's essentially what Isolytic defense is. It's its own kind of mitigation. Mitigation's important in the game today. And as fast as we're seeing Isolytic damage be added to the game, like, this is moving faster than I expected, man. This is moving faster than I expected. What if... I mean, there's going to continue to be researches, more artifacts, more officers probably. Have you guys thought about what happens when your Isolytic exceeds 100%? Do you think that's possible? Let me just ask the question. Jules, is it possible to have Isolytic damage that exceeds 100%?
Very easily.
Yeah.
Especially because it's a cascade.
Yeah. Guys, mark my words. Somebody clip this so that we can come back to it. I'm going to make a bold prediction right now, Jules. Within 90 days, actually, we'll make this easier. By the end of the calendar year 2023, we will see documented evidence of Isolytic damage that exceeds 100%. I'm calling it right now. Does anybody believe me? You believe me, Jules?
I 100% believe you, because we already saw more than 50% in an example you showed today.
Today, I showed, now granted, he's a whale, all right, but I showed here, guys, a level 60, an op 60, who's already showing over 50% Isolytic. Here it is.
DJ, I just want to say something that
I thought it was 60. It's 46.5%. Go ahead, Putz.
At the very beginning of the Voyager overall arc, when Isolytic damage came out, we were doing math and we were having conversations. I don't remember if it was a Twitch or a podcast, but I do remember saying, hey, by the end of the arc, don't be surprised if you've got 50-60% Isolytic damage. And everybody pooped.
I didn't think it'd be that fast. I mean, I admitted it just a minute ago. I did not think it would be this fast. But look, there it is. You've already got 46.5% in the game today.
Well, actually, you don't just have that.
Wildstar, yes. Go ahead.
He's at actually the wrong leg. He was at the morale leg. If he was at the interceptor leg, he would actually have 58.1%.
No, because remember, didn't we do the 0.8 before Cascade, or was it after Cascade? No, it was after Cascade, wasn't it?
Yeah, because that's Isolytic defense we're talking about. And he didn't get the benefit of the Isolytic defense reduction for being at the correct leg.
Yeah, he would have been at 58% if he was at the right leg.
Retro Hunter says that he's at 58%, so he's about at the same exact level, probably doing at the right leg of the rare formation armada.
And by the way, Wildstar, no. Think of this in Scopely math. He says you can't get more than 100% damage because then all would be Isolytic. Remember, it's not replacing standard damage. It's multiplying by it. So imagine if JB had 100% Isolytic, he'd have 136 million regular shot. Then he would have another 136 million Isolytic. Okay? So if you had 125% Isolytic, then you would see your Isolytic shot be larger than your standard shot. It is not a replacement, Wildstar. It's a multiplier.
Brett Day's got it right. It's just like critical damage. You can easily get over 100%.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, JB here could have shown 58%. Retro Hunters at 58% natively. I'm telling you, by the end of December, we will have players that exceed 100% Isolytic damage. Now, I got to think, man. I got to think. If somebody's throwing Isolytic damage at me that's unmitigated, 30% defense, that is going to be the new quote-unquote mitigation. You know? It's going to be the new triangle, Jules. You're going to have some defense. You can't just count on big guns all the time.
I think we're going to need to see way higher defensive numbers, though. I think the numbers we're seeing now are small.
Well, and
the
especially
amount of increases we're seeing now in the Isolytic defense is too small to counter the increases we're seeing in Isolytic damage.
Well, because of Cascade, because there's not a function for defense yet.
Dun dun dun. Is your H broken? Your H key?
I don't know. I have it on a Stream Deck hotkey.
Yeah. Is that hotkey broken? What's going on with your cheeks?
Anyway, I figure we should probably. I got to work tomorrow. It's 1:30. Is there any? I tell you what. Let's do this. I've had fun with you guys tonight. It's just been kind of laid back and chill. Appreciate it. If you guys have questions, I'll be happy to answer those for maybe the next 5 or 10 minutes or so, and then I'll get ready to bounce. Go take a shower because it's hot and sweaty out here, and then I'll go take a cat nap. Go to work. I think UltimatDJz wants to stream for you guys tomorrow night. Oh, yeah, Joker. Wait, no. Sorry, I'm not allowed to actually say it yet. Hey, Joker says, do you have news on the Neelix unlock? Hey, real quick, let me just ask you a question. Oh, God, I got to stand up and stretch my legs. Let me ask you a question, Joker. You're perfect to ask because you are true free to play, right? You did not do the Battle Pass. How many shards do you have right now? How many do you have right now? Because if I did my math right, for a true free-to-play without the $20 Battle Pass, I felt like you guys were still short like 7 or 8 shards. Is that right? Or was it less than that, or was it more than that? I think my math told me it was like 7 or 8. Wow, Joker, you're going to be 12 short? No. You had to have missed something. How many were in the $20 Battle Pass? All right, let's check. Oh, wrong area.
There's 8. Oh, sorry. In the paid Battle Pass, there's 8 in the paid track.
Okay. So
there's 6 in the free track.
So a true free-to-play should be at 26 out of 38 after completion today, right? No, Aminal can't say 33. That means you had a Battle Pass. I'm looking for true free-to-play. So 26 of 38 puts you 12 short. Now, let me think. Huh. I didn't think you guys were that short. I thought it was 7 or 8. Well, then maybe what I did wasn't good enough. I think crap. Wait. What? Have you done all the missions and everything? Have you done all the missions and everything? All right, Retro Hunter agrees. 26 is the right number. Lieutenant Fire says right number 2. Well, then I apologize. No, free to play is not gonna get it. Sorry. Because I worked with them today on a plan. I did. I worked with them today on a plan. I, honest to God, thought the number was like 7 or 8. I thought I counted everything up because I did get them to agree to making up some shards, but not 12. It wasn't 12. I got 7. They're going to make up 7. So, sorry. Maybe if you got some extra tickets, do some extra ticketed events. Oh, Mimi. Mimi, you're going to be good. If you say you're going to be 3 shards short after doing all tickets, then you should be okay. Okay? So if you're going to do all the tickets, like if you've got extra tickets or whatever, if you think that you're going to be 3 short, then I actually think you're going to be okay because I got something else coming. Maybe. I hope. Maybe. I hope. Might want to save yourself. Might want to save yourself a small chunk of event store loot. Anyway. Joker says, I have tickets to do everything, and it looks like I'll end at 33 out of 38. Yo, Joker. Save yourself a little event store loot. Anywho.
So about your prediction about 100%, over 100% Isolytic.
Yeah.
Just thinking about PvP. Let's say you were insanely lucky and you were able to take all of your Isolytic artifacts that you have, except for Borg Queen Remains, up to level 14.
Okay.
Which you're probably going to do. Without even getting to the Artifact Gallery 50. And somehow you were able to max 7 to 9. Yeah, I know it's not possible. But if you were able to max 7 to 9, you don't even buy the Borg Queen Remains. You're already over 100%. You're at 111%.
I know. That's why I'm not brokenhearted that I can't do it. If I could have done it tonight, I probably would have impulsively. But the more I think about it, the more I might be okay. So guess what, Scopely? You lost out. I was hot. Now I'm cold. There you go. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Amazon. Blame Amazon. I was hot. Now I'm cold. It's like I don't like letting customers test drive overnight, Jules, because then they start to think about it and they're like, "Oh my God, I don't think we should do this, honey. I don't think we can spend $1,700 a month on a truck payment." Can't let them cool off, man. Got to strike while the iron's hot.
I can see too why people are getting 58% in PvP. It's pretty easy actually with that much money.
Yeah.
You need a tier 3 7 of 9 and participate at all in Isolytic artifact acquisition.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. This
pretty
Isolytic
much
loop.
there.
This Isolytic loop has been pretty decent. All right, I mean, it's been pretty decent. So, I don't know, Snipes. I was just exaggerating and being ridiculous. All right, so Neon says, wait, so talking people into bad decisions for a living? Listen, you can say what you want, all right? Any salesperson ever on the face of the earth who sells anything knows that a salesperson's number one job is to convince somebody to spend money that they don't actually want to spend. Tell me I'm wrong. Anybody out there in sales, is it not your job to separate somebody from money that they do not want to be separated from? All right? That is the definition of sales. All right? So
and also, if you don't have it in stock, you can lose a sale.
That's right. I mean, you can make fun of me all you want, man, but Jesus. No, listen. It doesn't have to be unethical, okay? Like, I'm not talking about being a bad person. But listen, 0% of people come into my car lot and pay less than what they thought they were going to pay. Like, nobody comes into my office and was like, really? The payment's only $700? Gee, I thought it was going to be $1,000. Where do I sign? That doesn't happen. Okay? 100% of people that come into my office will spend more than they wanted to originally spend. Okay? So my job is to build value to that client, to explain to them why they may be happier spending more money than they wanted to spend. You know, listen, Scopely would do so good to actually take a lesson in sales, Jules. Because players who have spent on things this month, like me, I spent $200 on event store loot. Why? Why? Do you think I regret that decision, Jules?
Not in the least bit.
No. That is what Scopely is missing. Scopely misses the fact that we will spend and happily spend if we feel good about something. Okay? It's not about forcing me. It's about making me feel good about what I'm buying. All right? So,
you know, you give test drives before you sell a vehicle in most cases, correct?
yeah, that's true. Yep.
Why? Why would you let them touch the product?
To make them fall in love with it, to make them experience it and smell it and picture what it's like for them to own it. It builds mental ownership. It makes it easier for them to psychologically take control of the product.
This is what they need to learn. They need to learn that granting something quote unquote free to play isn't actually for the people who do not spend money in this game. It is to give the people who do spend money in this game a taste of what they want more of. Give free to play access to all content and you will make more money.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that too. I mean, there's, you know, I know that there's stigma around car salesmen, but there really shouldn't be. First of all, there's a gazillion opportunities for buyers to educate themselves today as compared to 50 years ago. Like, seriously, nobody comes into my lot and was like, well, what do you got? No. Everybody comes into the lot and says, hey, I'm looking for stock number this, right? So they already know what they're coming in after. And like Snipe says a minute ago, I don't know. I guess it might depend dealer to dealer. I paid about what I was expecting to pay when I went and bought my truck. And that means that you sound like you're a pretty educated buyer. Now, I shouldn't have said 100% of people come in and don't do that stuff. But, I mean, really, honestly, Snipes, people like you are in the minority, right? Nobody comes in and is like, oh, man, that's great. Where do I sign? You know? So, it's, Jesus says, honestly, it's not even so much the salesman as the finance guy that does the selling of stuff you don't need. Which is me, Jesus. I'm the finance director of my entire franchise. I'm the one that sells you your extended service plan. All right? That's funny. Oh. But yeah. Which is a part of selling, right? Because even if that player, or even if that customer, like if Snipes, for example, says, yo, I know what I'm going to pay for this vehicle. I've done the math, and I've estimated my own payment, yada, 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 yada. All right, I still have to convince you to spend more if I want you to buy the warranty or the gap or blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I mean, that stuff costs money. I got to convince you to spend even more than what you were thinking of spending. Whew. Joker says, which is why I'm your worst possible client. Will never buy. I've had a lot of people tell me that, Joker. I've sold a lot of warranties to people who will never buy. No, here no more. If they don't buy it from me in my office, I don't call afterwards. That's it. That's it. They either buy with me. It's a one and done. You don't buy from me, get the hell out. Oh. Andy says, is it true that someone should never tell you what they're looking to spend? I mean, that's information that people can use against you, yes. That is information that people can use against you. So I would be careful about it. But sometimes you might have to lay that trail of breadcrumbs, right? You might have to lay that trail of breadcrumbs. So you might have to give something, but I mean, you don't want to show all your cards. You know, if you feel like your budget is, I don't know, say $40,000, tell them you want to spend 32, 33. It's got to sound reasonable, right? You can't, if you look like an idiot, if you're looking at the $50,000 truck and you're like, that looks like it's about worth 20 grand. I'll give you 22. Yeah, I'm not wasting my time with you, to be honest with you. I'll be like, okay. Like, get real or get out, to be frank. YOLO Han Solo says, DJ, should I buy Hugh or get more primes? Well, what do you have him unlocked? Like, are you talking about a tier up of Hugh or the unlock of Hugh? Because that matters. If it's a tier up, I'd say maybe look at, the unlock. Yeah, hands down, bar none. Get the unlock. Get the unlock. Jules, is there anything else in the game? He says $200 gets me a Hugh unlock that I'm willing to spend. Is there any other $200 in the game that's worth more than Hugh? I don't think there is.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Get Hugh.
Especially if you're not a G4 player, you're not going to have access to Hugh. This is your only access.
That's true. That's true. Absolutely. Benny Hill says, what about primes? There's not a prime in the game that does what Hugh does. There are no primes that does what Hugh does. So, Snipes. Snipes! My man, no! You fell for it! See, Snipes was over here bragging about how smart he is at the car dealership. And then he gave me the line. Most of the time, extended warranties ain't worth it, but they got me, though, because it was only $3 more a month. Nope! There's not an extended warranty out there that's only $3 a month. Sorry, buddy. They got you. Now, what I will tell you is that, in my personal opinion, and I am being dead honest, okay, there are some shady warranty companies out there, but if you're talking about a legit, reputable, franchise-backed warranty like Ford or GM or Toyota Care or Ally Auto, CNA is another good one. If you're looking at a good one, then they usually are worth it. Okay, I am a believer, truthfully. Like, I'm not just saying this. I have warranty on my own cars. I'm a big believer in it. Not even from a break-even standpoint, but from a cash flow management standpoint. Like, think about this. Picture the worst happening, right? A month before Christmas, and your transmission goes out, and you get hit with a $2,500 bill. Or you can write a $100 copay, and your warranty covers it. So for me, it's a lot, like, it's not just the break even, it's also the lifestyle management and the cash flow management. So warranty is something I actually really believe in. And I do my best to try to sell that to people. If I don't sell anything else, then I try to sell that. But those are not $3 a month snipes. They played magic funny money with you. It was more than $3. You realize if it really genuinely was only $3, look at your buyer's order. If it was truthfully only $3, and by the way, it's illegal for them to falsify this. If it was truly only $3 a month, then look on your buyer's order and find the line called ESC or VSC and see if it's more than $200. Because if it is, then they played funny money. And I guarantee you, by the way, it's more than that. Most warranties are going to be around a couple of grand, probably between $2,500 and $3,500. So if they told you you're only paying $3 a month, then they were playing funny money with you in the first place. And you can see it because it's the law. Look at your buyer's order and find out what line says vehicle service contract or VSC. It'll probably say it was a couple grand. It's there. Or they have to also give you the actual warranty contract, right? The warranty contract is also required by law to have the actual purchase price on it. So that'll be another place that it can show up. And then, yeah, if you financed it, you're paying finance charge on that too. But in fairness, Pokey, I don't usually, nobody comes in and, it's really hard to come in and buy a new vehicle for cash anymore. It's really, really freaking hard. They're so expensive. Like a Ford truck today, a brand new, simple, relatively run-of-the-mill XLT Ford truck, they're $50,000 new. I couldn't go buy a vehicle for cash. Not many people can. Cars are expensive. So you're going to, you know what? This is what I joke with. I joke with some people about this. Like if I'm good enough friends with them, I'll be like, listen, interest is the cost of being poor. Truthfully, sorry if that's offensive. Interest is the price you pay for being poor. If you can't write a check for it, then you're going to pay to borrow the money. So yeah, there's no finance charges if you can come in and write a check for it. Unless, there's some special 0% or something like that. But that's not happening right now very much either because of the economy.
Do you have like a finance cascade?
I wish.
Or do you have like interest defense you could apply?
No. I disarm my clients the second they walk into my office with my charming smile and my adorable personality. They have no defense. They have no defense. Driver, I'm here to tell you, buddy, with an 800 beacon score, in today's economy, like right here, right now, today, you would not get a super low APR with an 800 beacon score. As a matter of fact, New York Prime right now is over 9%. And most banks are lending at that or higher because they're not in their own money. Right now, the best people to borrow from are credit unions because they're in their own money. Have you guys not noticed, I do because I'm in this business. Have you guys seen or heard your local banks and your local credit unions offering what appear to be stupidly good CD rates right now? Like, we've got a credit union in our town offering 5.5% CD rates. Haven't seen that in a decade. Why? They are trying to stay in their own cash. If they can get your cash and pay you 5.5%, then they can turn it around and loan it to somebody else at 6.5% or 7%. All right? Which, by the way, is still cheaper than what you're going to get from a private bank. Driver says Bank of America offered me a car at 2.5% APR. Well, go buy it then. Go buy it for no other reason than that APR because with all due respect, unless you're talking like a 24 or 36-month term, that rate does not exist. Unless you are securing your own loan. Now, I have seen some of that. Like if you have money accounts with them already and you use those accounts to secure your own loan, then I have seen some places offer some pretty low rates. There's a credit union in town. If you've got your 401k with them, they're offering you to borrow against your 401k at like 3%. But you're borrowing from yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like if you secure your own loan, then, hey, Blazed, USAA, I am also a member of USAA. And even USAA, and by the way, my dealership is a USAA partner. As a matter of fact, I've got their rates right here for 780 Beacon Plus. You want to know what they are? Because I just did a loan with them 3 days ago on a 2022 model F-150. I've got it. Hang on. Here they are. Let me make sure there's no personal private information on this, and I will upload it. Because I just did this loan the other day. Yep, no, everything looks okay. All right, let me post this up. I'll put it on screen for you. They're not as good as you think. Now, granted, USAA is good. They're good, but even they are outrageously high right now. And that's because of the Fed. I mean, there's no other way around it. Banks can't afford to offer cheap rates, driver, because they would lose money. They have to borrow the money from the government in order to have it to lend to consumers because banks don't have enough liquidity. Almost every bank out there is more upside down than they are liquid. Here you go. These are the rates at USAA for a 780 plus Beacon score on a 22 model vehicle as of 3 days ago. That ain't that great, man. All right, now it is still under New York Prime, but that is what they are. Super Hater says 5%. Good luck. Again, maybe on a 24 or 36-month rate, dude. I'm here to tell you, if you guys have not bought a vehicle in the last 2 years, then take everything you think you know and throw it in the garbage can. Because we have not seen an economy like this since probably, what, the 70s? Maybe the 80s. It's been 30, 40 plus years. Yeah, mid-80s, says Brett. Yeah, you're right. So, guys, I'm here to tell you. Super Hater says 72 months. I promise, man. I promise. Navy Fed is not at 5% on 72 months. I can assure you. Well, again, there's always extenuating circumstances. If you've got a bunch of other money with them, if you're securing your own loan, if you're in equity, blah, 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 there are some conditions to that. But yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, Snipes, 5% today is a hell of a rate. But it doesn't exist. It's not out there. Ooh. WildStar, that's what they're trying to do. Here's the thing. I don't know if any of you guys have ever had, economy education. But that's exactly what they're trying to do. He says inflation is going to squeeze the credit consumer dry. That's the point. The problem is, in application of that, they don't realize how many people that they're ruining in this process. But scientifically, that's exactly what they're doing. You increase the cost of doing business. What happens? People do less business. Then what happens? Businesses try to get competitive. They get cheaper. Prices come down. Scientifically, this is exactly how you battle inflation, is to slow the economy. But there's a human element there, guys. How many people don't get to eat because, or can't pay their bills, or can't maintain their lifestyle because the economy is slowing down so bad. All right? I mean, it's crazy. It's nuts. Tabby Mosa, mortgages are a little bit different. What was your rate on that mortgage? See, mortgage lending is a little bit different. Their regulations are different. So you might be able to get a little bit lower rate. As a matter of fact, I was shopping Chase Bank here. I decided not to do it, but I was shopping Chase Bank here about a month or two ago about refinancing my house because I have what is that stupid insurance? PIM or PRM or PMI. Yeah. I got that dumb insurance on my house. And it's like $220 a month, dude, just disappearing into the banker's pocket. I had another rental property, and I'm actually getting ready to sell it. And I'm going to have about $40,000 or $50,000. So I thought about using that and putting it on my house here on the mountain and refinancing so I could get under the PMI or get out of the PMI. Problem is, I've got a really good rate right now. I've got 3.25%, and the best rate that I've been able to find out there is like over 4%. Best rate that I've been able to find is over 4%, and I mean my house is expensive, so that's going to be a big difference. So I'm trying to decide. No, tricky. No, you can't just pay enough to get rid of PMI. You have to refinance it. At least that's everything that I've been told. You can't just drop PMI. You gotta refinance in order to remove the PMI. Tricky says you should be able to just drop it. Really? Everybody I've talked to has told me I'd have to refinance to get rid of the PMI.
Yeah, but it depends who you talk to.
Bankers,
if you're talking to the bank, they're gonna,
bankers, jackasses.
They're not going to want to remove
Are you
$200 a month from there.
Are you guys kidding me? So all I got to do is just if I just called my bank and if I wire them that $50,000, they'll drop PMI and I don't have to refinance? Oh, hell yeah. Well, that's great. That's oh, man, y'all saved my life today. That's beautiful. Oh, yeah, it'll get me to 20% equity. Hell, I'm probably at 20% equity now. But I don't know. Let me see. So I guess it depends on the appraisal.
Something like that. Yeah, normally something like that is based on because you didn't have enough equity when you got the loan, you're mortgaging over a certain equity amount.
Yeah, it was over 80%.
Yeah. Because I had something similar to that on my place, but it was only a single charge. It was not a monthly.
See, I put down. Oh no, mine's monthly. Mine was. See, I put down $50,000 when I bought this house. I was shocked I still needed PMI, but I mean it was also a very expensive house. So.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it appraised for. I know what I paid for it, but I don't remember exactly what it appraised for. Will I have to get a new appraisal? I probably would. Oh, yeah, Bennett. No, yeah, it was. It wasn't conventional. It was FHA. What is that, first-time home buyers or whatever? That's what I got. So, yeah. Will I still need to refinance? Yeah, because I did. I got the government loan. That's why my rate was so low. Tabby Moses says you're screwed. Well, then, see, that's what I thought. I'm going to have to refinance. Well, Super Hater says that there's an actual law about it. Well, cool. I'm gonna find out. No, I don't think I had a VA loan. I think mine was an FHA loan. I think. I don't know. Listen, I got to be honest with you, Blazed. Unless my property taxes are already pretty stout, unless they increased by about 200%, I would still be better dropping my PMI. All right. Tabby Moses says FHA will never pull the PMI. See, I've actually been told that, Tabby Mosa. So I don't think that you're wrong, to be honest with you, because I've talked to like 3 different banks about the PMI. All 3 of them have told me I have to refinance. And Pokey, to be perfectly honest with you, that's terrible advice. He says, don't talk to a bank, talk to a well-known closing company. They cost 3 times as much. As a matter of fact, I used one of those well-known closing companies to buy this house. Her fee was $8,000 to broker my damn loan. Yeah, that was her fee. So, yeah. Tabby Moses says, if you do end up having to refi to remove PMI, then just pay it and enjoy the low rate. Ugh.
And who did you get a loan from to pay that loan? To get that loan?
Nobody. That's illegal.
You can't get, well, you need a loan to pay the $8,000 fee on another loan. That's crazy.
No. I had to pay it at closing. Cash money, son. That's right, Duval. No, it's actually illegal to use loan proceeds to secure another loan. Did you guys know that it is technically illegal to put your vehicle's down payment on a credit card? How many of you guys have ever gone into a car dealership and they said, oh, you got to put down $2,000? You're like, all right, just swipe my card. That is technically illegal. Violates truth in lending. You are not allowed to use unsecured funding to secure collateral on another loan. Yep. You cannot legally use a credit card. Now, a debit card you can, but you cannot legally use a credit card for a down payment on a car loan. It's illegal. I don't know of a dealership out there that doesn't allow it, but it is actually technically illegal. You're correct, Betty Hill. The Amex card is the only one that you legally can because it's not considered unsecured debt because you have to pay it off after 30 days. That is the only one. Amex will because they require you to pay off after 30 days. No, that's exactly my point, Crontrezzi. I don't think there's anybody out there ever that would say no. But it is technically illegal. See, now, driver, you got it. That technically, don't ask me why. That's why some credit card companies will use checks that way. Because for whatever reason, that is considered legal. I don't know why. I don't understand the law. All right, trust me. I didn't write it, so I don't understand it. But yes, you're right. If your credit card company gives you checks to use against your line of credit, because you know what they're doing there, driver? The check is legal tender. Those funds are guaranteed. If your check bounced, that's felony, right? That's right, Tabby Moser. They're guaranteed funds. And you are funding that with your credit card. It's kind of crazy. But they are guaranteed funds because it's a felony to write a check over, what is it, Tabby Mosa? I think it's actually lower now. I think it's a felony over $600 to bounce a check over $600. So, yeah, driver's exactly right. You can use the checks that your credit card company sends you, but you're not technically allowed to actually swipe the card. Technically. Tabby Moses says 500 is what I was thinking. Maybe that could be different by state. I think it's 600 in my area. If you bounce a check more than $600, we can literally have you arrested. Berlin says illegal for the dealer or purchaser or both. It's a good question. To be honest with you, I believe technically it's the dealer because they are not allowed to. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know 100%. But I do actually think it's the dealer because they're the ones that are assigning the loan. So their dealer contract with that bank requires the use of secured funding. It is illegal to use unsecured funding in securing the funding for another loan. It's kind of weird.
So I'm not sure what was better financial advice, not investing in the Borg Queen's remains or all of this talk.
Oh, that's funny.
But regardless, I am walking out smarter. Good night, DJs.
Good night, Jules, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, the lesson from tonight, guys, the lesson from all of this is that you can use a credit card to buy pixels in a game because you are leasing or renting entertainment and don't actually own or have to pay back anything. So, there you go. Life lessons. Oh, yo, what's up, Pedro? Thank you for your 16-month Tier 1 reset. Appreciate you. I probably should get ready to go to bed. Oh, my God, it's 2 o'clock. Been hanging out a long time. I think I want to go. Yo, what's up? Echo, what are you doing? Uh-oh, what did you do? All right, guys. Hey, why don't you hop up in voice for a second? Let's see what he did. You know what? You silly goose community. Hey, what did I just tell you? What did I just tell you, Joker? I said, what did I tell you, Joker? If you were within 5 shards, you were going to be good. Is that what I said? Is that what I said? Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Echo popping in the chat to allow you guys the first opportunity to take a look at the top of the Voyager meta, where, ladies and gentlemen, precisely the count of 5 Neelix shards have been added to the top milestone free to play, therefore guaranteeing with completion of your tickets and not requiring the purchase of a $20 battle pass, now Neelix will be unlocked free to play. There you go. Mr. Echo, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Jazzmeister says, where's the STFC announcement in game? Don't care. Me, don't care. Because Echo came here as a courtesy to share the news with our audience first because he likes us. So we're not going to give him shit about it. For God's sakes. Yes, driver, this did just happen. As a matter of fact, I will now share with you guys, this is what I was hinting at a couple of hours ago, that Echo and I had only discussed earlier today. And he took appropriate action and has now found you guys the security of a free-to-play obtainable Neelix. All right? And it's thanks to Bart. You guys know Bart. Bart's made videos. Bart saved the Arc Store month by effing with my brain. And he fixed you up with the Neelix shortage. So
did we ever find out where the avatar's coming from?
Yes. Oh, yes. I can't. Don't worry about it, driver. Echo slipped up. Don't worry about it, driver. Echo should not have referred to him in such a way. His name is Bart. Anyway, yes, I also am able to confirm for you that the Neelix avatar will be made available in an event that comes before the end of the arc this weekend. Crushin says, don't think 5 will be enough as though because there were 8 in the lower battle pass. Crushin, we have done the math on this and have confirmed that, yes, those players will have to do their ticketed events. Okay, Crushin? But it's better than having to spend $20. Okay? Hopefully you got a couple in the bank. If you don't have any tickets in the bank, then maybe you should look at the battle pass. All right? But if you, Joker just says, I have done everything. I've checked everything. If you've done it all, including the mission, it is an exact free-to-play unlock, and that is what we thought. Because don't forget, you got 3 tickets going on this weekend, and you've got, the 1 free ticket. All right, Tabby Moza confirms it. 5 extra confirms a free-to-play unlock. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Mimi says, a true, pure free-to-play will have to do 7 of the 9 ticketed events over these next 3 days. That actually, Mimi, sounds about right. Actually, I think you might be off a shard or 2. You might be missing 1 or 2 from missions. Because, again, my math indicated 5 ticketed events plus 5 shards in this event. That was the deal that Echo and I made. Okay? That was the deal. He came up with 5, then you guys needed to come up with 2 extra tickets. All right? 2 extra tickets on top of your free-to-play. So, you would have to do 5 of these events this weekend. Yo, Ripper!
So you're saying there's 9 tickets with Neelix in it?
There will be 9 tickets with Neelix in it, of which, if my math holds, you will have to do 5. No, Tabby Moza. 5. No, if you had the $20 battle pass, you should already have Neelix. Okay, these 5 are not holding you up. If you had the $20 battle pass, you've already got Neelix. All right. That being said, I believe, Rip, Echo, that you and I had discussed that if players did 5 out of the 9 ticketed events, and you're giving, guys, listen to this for a minute, okay? Please. Quote unquote, you're going to get 3 free tickets, right? Right? Or is it actually 4 if you are a strategically sound and well-prepared free-to-play strategist? Right? Okay?
I don't wake up for that.
Mine and Echo's plan required free-to-play to do 5 out of these 9. All right? No, Berlin, No, that's not right. Berlin says, I still need extra tickets, doing all 3 tickets, and did the battle pass. Then something's wrong. You missed something.
I'm at 24 right now.
Retro
Just
Hunter,
starting my day.
Retro Hunter says that I said earlier my math was wrong. I know my math was wrong. My point is Echo and I made a deal over him supplying 10 shards, and I thought y'all only needed 8, so I thought he was giving you 2 extra. The fact that we've got the 10 it would end up being the exact unlock as Joker said, because I was 2 off in my calculation. Yo, good night, Doom. Berlin says 34 to start the day. I'm at 37 currently. There you go. Tomorrow you're going to be good with your free ticket. Driver says I'm at 33. 5 from Voyager unlocks him for me. There you go. You guys should be good. You should be fine. How many hookers and blow did I have to pass to Echo? Guys. Oh, no! Echo, are you still in the audience? Echo, are you still in the audience? Oh, son of a biscuit. Do you guys remember what I told you earlier that I made a bet with Bart? Do you guys remember what I told you? Yeah. Sugar. Now I have to eat pineapple pizza when I go to Los Angeles. See, I told you guys, that's how much I love you. That is how much I love you, that I am willing to vomit for you. That's right, Mimi. Now I have to eat pineapple on pizza on camera.
Hey DJ, you know that he is a culinary master. Like he went to school for.
I know. I know.
Change the base sauce
him
to
make
either a
you-
barbecue or a creamy garlic. The pineapple will be fine. It's
Yeah.
not a
I
redundancy
doubt
overflow
he's
there.
gonna
and you're good.
make it. We're probably gonna have to go somewhere and do it. But
I bet you if you ask him, if you give him a couple of days at least in advance, but I bet you he'll make it.
I doubt it. The dude's tired. He worked really, really hard. Can I just tell you something? Let me just tell you guys. I know that we've been frustrated with this arc. I share that frustration. I've been with you, okay? I mean, you guys have heard everything I've said. But what did I say in the last 72 hours? I said if they turn around and offer 200,000 event store loot, it'll make the month average, and I'll sit back and be wrong. I'll take it all back. Pfft. Dude added 170,000 event store loot, guys. I mean, he made it an average month. Yes, SKZ. He fixed it. Let me show you. He did it. Here it is, everybody. Here are your final. These are the final loot counts. Free to play. Completely true free to play. 428,600. That's a final number. Okay. Retro Hunter says 170 is less than 200,000. You know what, Retro Hunter? You're technically right. But I also missed an event. I missed an event too, didn't I? Didn't I, Looser? I forgot the ATA event that he added back on August 22nd, which was also worth 14,000 loot. All right. So there you go. He did it. How much loot will be remaining? Free to play loot remaining is 74,800. 74,800 free to play loot remaining. There will be an additional 36,000 loot in tickets, in the extra paid tickets. All right. But yeah, he did it. Oh, no, you know what? I am wrong. It's more than that. 74,800 will come from individual events, but you also will get what you haven't yet done out of this meta, which there's another 31.9 thousand, so call it 32 on top of 74. That's 106,000. Yeah, because look, I've got the meta up here. It's already counted it. So what you've got coming is a ticketed event tomorrow and a ticketed event Sunday. You've got 4 Voyager Challenger events left, and you still have the 5th or the 3rd and the 4th milestone. So you got 19 here, 12.9 here. That's 31.9 plus 74.8. 106,000 loot that is guaranteed to come in the last 48 hours. And guys, let me just say, and I said this last night. And for the record, when I talked to Bart today, and yes, I had a conversation with Bart one-on-one, me and him, between the two of us, we had a conversation, and I genuinely, and I meant it, thanked him for putting in the work and the time and the effort to making sure that he salvaged this month. We agreed. It was not something to write home about. It was average, okay? But it wasn't below average, all right? And at that point, we were just trying to make sure that it was good, all right? And he did tell me, and you know what? To be perfectly honest with you, he did tell me that this was his plan. I told him I didn't like the joke. I did not find it funny. I was having cat aneurysms. Okay? However, he was really getting into the narrative spirit of the Chaos tokens. But that being said, excuse me, I sneezed. That being said, Bart did make a few adjustments. What I will tell you is that this ATA was added. The Fleet Commander duplicate events were added. And, as if you guys couldn't actually tell, this Voyager meta had its loot increased. All right, it was not always that high, which I think we could all probably assume. Okay? So, he did, even though he had this plan to stack the last week, okay? Even though he stacked the last week, he did still come back and react and provide additional loot to satisfy our expectations. On top of that, we had a conversation today about Neelix, and I gave him the position that we talked about on the podcast. Talked to him about the Forbidden Tech swap out and the Neelix and the free-to-play and the tickets and all this stuff. And we talked about that. And here, at 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern, 11 p.m. local time to Bart, you see Neelix added into an event. That means that your product manager for this arc, 48 hours before the end of the arc, is working at 11 o'clock at night on a Friday. You guys can be fussy and grumpy, and I agree. We had a reason to. We no longer do. It is now time for us to say, you know what, Bart? Thank you for the extra effort. Thank you for hearing our concerns. We appreciate you making good on it. You the man. Thank you. That's how we respond to it. Okay? I get it. You guys want to be complaining and fussy because it got to this point? I can understand that perspective. But you know what? He made it right. He made it right. So, the foul has been removed. He made it right. And I thank him for putting in the extra time and work to do that because it's 11 o'clock at night out in California. All right? Now, SKZ says, you know, could we have done that right in the first place? A lot of stuff could have been avoided. Well, probably, maybe. But he also said that stacking the last week was part of his plan. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is, real quick? Why do you think he stacked the last week? Could it have something to do with the fact that he was actually running event store loot spend events? All right, he was trying, actually, crazy enough, Karkin, he was trying to do the exact opposite of what we typically have people do. We tell people.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Well,
It was only in the very last number 3 item emporium that I even realized it was like a contest to get into the final one. And I was like,
you didn't read that,
crap.
You didn't read.
I didn't care about I looked at the rewards for it and decided if I was going to spend. Like the first one, maybe. Second one, I was like, okay, but I want to save my stuff, see where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
Third one, I was like, 2 of 10, no way. And then I was like, crap, I have to dump into 2 of 10 just to make 25th position.
Yeah.
Guess who got first? This stupid guy.
Well, I will tell you that that was why he was trying to spread it out. He wanted to make sure that people had loot coming into the last week. Because, look, you got huge shards here, you know? So that was
because some people didn't catch it or read or didn't, and that might be their fault. I'm not holding it. But they didn't even, they're not even in the final now. Didn't even know about it.
You know what? Listen, I mean, I get it. But you know what? That's not something he hid from people. It's been in the event
It's
text,
in the writing.
it's in the
I saw
calendar.
it, yeah.
That's even in the in-game news. I mean, hell.
I just never saw it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. I understand, but I can't side with the player when Scopely communicated that 4 ways from Sunday. You know,
I don't like that the points for qualifying were the things I was trying to save for the final. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what it was. That was about the budgeting. And by the way, Neon, you know what I said earlier? This is why I say you guys don't always know all the politics and the drama, okay? But let me point out, you know what my offer was to Bart and Echo? Okay? My offer to Bart and Echo was to put the 5 Neelix shards in the event store for 5,000 loot to make it a limited edition like we had with B'Elanna and Paris and Tuvok. My suggestion was to put it in the event store. 5 shards for 5,000 loot to make it this week's exclusive. All right? That was my conciliatory offer. That was my offer to them. He one-upped me. He one-upped me and just gave it to you for freaking free. I mean, this is better than what I even offered. No, Mimi, 5 shards for 5,000 loot. One bundle redeem. That's it. Like the other ones. Weren't the other ones limit 6 shards? Weren't the other ones 6 shards?
They were limit 3.
Limit 3, but they were 2 shards each, right?
Yes, so it was 6 total.
Yeah. So I had suggested, because Neelix wasn't actually technically part of that plan, Mimi. Neelix wasn't part of that plan. Neelix was supposed to come in the Forbidden Place technology meta, where there were 15 shards. It was supposed to be 30, is what I told you guys at that time. But this works. Again, this works. And it's better than I even offered, to be honest with you. I was trying to compromise with them to get the shards available to you guys. And that's why I even offered the pineapple on pizza. If I just had to guess, he put it in there free to play without costing you loot because he's going to make me do something terrible with the pizza. Because that was my offer. I told him if he took care of the Neelix problem, I'd eat pineapple on pizza on camera. He clearly decided to take me up on this one.
Does it have to be only pineapple? Because you could load that up with 1,000 toppings over top. You won't even taste that. You won't even touch it with your tongue.
I don't know
Wrap
what
that
he's going to
pineapple
do.
in big pieces of bacon. You won't notice. Just swallow it.
I have no idea what he plans on doing there, but Vic, that's what I did for you guys. See, Neelix? He says, you're going to pay the price for the greater good. Y'all, right? I mean, look at me. Listen, that's what I did for you guys. Okay? Shower with me with kitty bitties right now. Throw them at me. Let me start dancing for you. Huh?
Yeah, now we just need a Kess avatar for Kess.
Yeah, come on. All right. Yeah, Iron Chef says, Pinky just says, ew, when you said pineapple on pizza. Right, Pinky? That's the sacrifice. That's the sacrifice that I'm making for these people. That was me laying on the sword. Okay? That was me.
I think I foobot this.
That was me falling on the sword for this community. Get you your freaking Neelix shards. Dang. Getting you your loot fixed. Dang. Man. All these ungrateful...
The problem with pineapple on pizza is it's redundant. You already have a fruit base, tomato sauce. Change that, pineapple might work. But otherwise, it's just mathematically incorrect.
A lot of people out here, Pinky, giving me grief. But look at me. Through expert diplomatical skills. All right, that's what happened. Expert diplomaticalism. That's what I did. Oh, man.
Mwah.
I should.
You're the best.
I should go to
Mwah.
bed.
Give me hugs and kisses.
Thank you, Neelix, for your hugs and kisses. Neelix, did you hear the news earlier? Your Neelix avatar is also going to be available this weekend. Now, to be fair, I don't know how. I don't know if it's going to be solo leaderboard. I don't know if it's going to be SMS. I don't know how. All I know is that the avatar will present this weekend. That's all I know.
So it was never going to be in a battle pass because it says on it in battle pass. That's
no. Well, I don't know about it was never going to be. Listen, we had to make a few pivots. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, I totally understand. Just like that December avatar for winning the incursions in December.
Yeah, we had to make a pivot or two.
I really wanted that one.
But no, really, truthfully, oh man, I am. Listen, I have less things to complain about now. Like that's where I'll leave it. He did what I asked him to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, he did exactly what we asked him to do. I picked the biggest priorities. He fulfilled those. I don't see how I can be upset about that, to be honest with you. He made the event store loot middle of the road. Cool, fine. He fixed Neelix. Cool, great. That's it. That's it. All right. No, driver. I don't want FaceTime. I haven't shaved. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sweaty. The lights aren't right because I didn't set up the cameras tonight. Please, what? Oh, God. Now I got to shut the door. Got to turn on the lights. All right, hang on. Hang on. You know, you're right, Tabby Moza. You're absolutely right. Read what Tabby Moza writes. And he listened and he worked with you. That's notable as well. That's true. I told you guys on the podcast the other day that I did feel a little disappointed that like he didn't trust me enough to have checked out my claims, 10 days ago. I was a little disappointed by that, to be honest with you. Now I kind of feel like he actually was trying to give me a panic attack. And if you knew him, all right, because I've been out with him. He's a very cool guy. I've been out with him. I've had a drink with him. We played the Scopely Trek trivia together. We hung out when we were in Los Angeles. He is actually a very cool guy, and he's pretty funny. So I'm not saying that he played this big practical joke to at my expense, but like I do suspect that he intentionally threw me off the track throughout the month. I do suspect that he was kind of stringing me along for several days there in the middle of the month.
Yeah, that definitely is his style.
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, I got to spend time with him waxing his behind in the actual trivia and then getting absolutely smackered drunk playing pool. Yeah, that is totally him.
Yeah,
100%.
He's a lot of fun. He's actually a really, really fun guy. So, like I said, I will apologize if any of you guys feel grumpy about the fact that you might feel victimized by what could have possibly been a practical joke on me. But I will tell you, he clearly at least had a plan. We might have had to tweak the numbers a little bit, but he did. He put in the effort to do so to make sure that people were satisfied and that people received what was promised. At the end of the day, I mean, that's about as solid as an outcome as we can really get from the Arc Runner. Now engineering still has their own problems, but those aren't his problems. Implementation, couple of things here and there, but there wasn't anything significantly major crash this month as far as events go. Our biggest concern this month was primarily loot. Well, he took care of it. So, there you go. Quadbad says he seems pretty solid, doing his best, cares about the game, cares about Trek. I can agree with all those things. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Oh. Oh, yeah, okay, lights. All right. Well, here, you're going to have to wait a second. I've got different cameras here. Hang on. All right, let me click that button. I got to hit this. Uh-oh, I'll go sneeze. That was a rough one. Ugh.
Spindet.
Gosh, that one shook my whole body. What was I doing? Oh, I was fixing the camera. Okay, hang on. I can't believe it's 2:30. I really should go to bed. This is kind of ridiculous, actually.
When you come up, it should just be your butt just mooning him.
No, that would be funny. No, I got tired of sitting, so I'm actually standing at my standing desk. All right. There you go. Everything's ready. Boom. Good evening, everybody. There's your FaceTime. See, I haven't shaved. I'm looking all scruffy.
Sometimes it's a good look. The 5 o'clock shadow.
Driver, why couldn't you just have, looked at this instead? Can't you just deal with that? That picture is better anyway. Oh. I feel like I should be doing something. Oh, yeah, that's right. Going to bed.
Got all your events done?
No, I still need to run an Armada, a regular Armada. You want to run one, Karkin?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. You're on my alliance. Let's go run an Armada.
Might not be able to reach where your big places with your big ships.
I'm just going to a 50. You can do a 50, can't you?
Let's see. I don't
You
know.
can do a 50, can't you?
I don't. That seems pretty high up there. What kind of warp is that?
What warp is, All right, hang on. I don't know what warp it is up here, to be honest with you. What warp is this system? Rylan.
I think it's like 160 or 180, but
It's not that high. Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Is it really that high?
Yeah. But his Voyager might be able to make it.
Yeah, just come get a Happy
In
Meal.
23 more days.
Oh, hang on. Let me pull up sorry, hang on. Let me pull up a Rialta so I can test
so
and
you can see
so I can see the warp range.
I need to find something low enough. And why is that? Why is suddenly that you don't get to know when you know that? Can't tell anyone. Your Rialta can get there?
Wrong system. Okay. Hang on. I'm an idiot. I don't know why. How did that happen? Okay, hang on. That was funny. Wow, it is 185. It is 185. I do want to rare. Hey, 160. Can you go to 160? Can you get to 160?
Not with a ship. I could show up with a ship, but it won't be a good ship. It'll be a ship that's not meant for fighting. It's meant for.
Bring your best loot crew.
All right.
I'll get you a Happy Meal, baby. There we go. That looks juicy. All right, there you go. Come on, get you a Happy Meal, Karkin.
All right, I'm coming back in. My game disconnected. I'd gone through too many screens.
Iron Chef, thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. I missed that a minute ago, but thank you. It's very kind of you.
Might fill up before I get in.
You better take off now, Karkin. You're probably at least 10 minutes of warp away.
Oh, he'll be fine. Gosh.
I'll use my disco to summon a certain distance forward, cutting off like 3 minutes. And then...
Too many screens? What are you talking about? Too many screens.
Oh, it takes me to... I get like maybe 5 or 6 screens and then my game disconnects.
Oh.
Like I can check chat or I can check and then it's done. Too many. And then it's the reset. I get about minute and a half of game time in between disconnects.
Yes, Guru. We did talk about Spock's Club. freaking amazing. As a matter of fact, I booked June on the podcast Sunday night. By the way, it'll be a late show Sunday. Oliver has baseball practice, and we've got a thing during the day. It's going to be like 8:30 or 9 o'clock p.m. before I can even start the podcast on Sunday. So I'm sorry. But June Bree will be here to talk about Spock's Club, and then he'll also be here next Tuesday right here on Twitch to demonstrate the amazingness that is the brand new Spock's.club. Contrezzi says, June has a takeover on Sunday, so he needs to help his alliance. I'm here to tell you, June's going to be busy during the day as well. June is going to be busy during the day as well, so I don't know. Do I still have dogs? I have one. I still have one. We lost 2 others to coyotes. Mocha and Luna. We lost them both. Yeah.
You need to get yourself a Roadrunner. Coyotes cannot defeat a Roadrunner.
No, I do not want any more puppies. I kind of want to get rid of the one I got. I don't like the responsibility. Now that I'm here by myself, I don't have anybody to take care of it. I'm going to go outside. Like, it's 2:30 in the morning. Not only do I have to, like, go inside and eat an ice cream cone and get myself ready for bed, I also got to take care of that stupid, cute, adorable, full of love, wagging her tail so daggone hard she knocks herself over. Dummy dog. She wears me out. She's cute as hell. I don't think I have actually taken pictures for you guys. I need to take pictures. She's beautiful. She is a beautiful dog. She's dumb. She is truthfully probably the stupidest animal that I've ever actually known to survive. She's so not smart. But she's so full of love. She's cute. Oh. I feel like maybe I should call off tomorrow and just stream all night. That's probably a bad idea. I really shouldn't. I gotta go to work. I can't not work tomorrow. I've taken off too much time lately. Juby says, works for losers. Work lets me do what I do for you guys. I mean, truthfully, I did. So, Kark and I had somebody during a Twitch stream, like not last Twitch, but like the Twitch before. They were giving me a lot of grief about like how we were doing our giveaways, like the money that we would bring in versus the money that we would give back out. And I'm like, you know, like I
saw that, yeah.
Yeah,
I
we've talked about this a time or two. Like, how many other streamers you know that even do that at all? Right? Like, most of them, this is what they do for work. This is their living. So they live off that stuff. I'm like, why are you giving me grief? I'm like, I have a day job that allows me to not need this to survive, so we can do other fun things.
They were trying to troll, but they picked the wrong person. You know what I mean? Like they're like no chance of them having like any kind of ground to walk on that.
Yeah, I guess not. But I mean, whatever. I could just stop doing all the giveaways and just let you guys put shoes on my babies. Is that what I need to do? Oh my gosh, somebody gave a $10 donation. Who did that? When did that happen? Yo, Order to Chaos, thank you for your 7-month resub. I missed that 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Somebody put $10 in the catnip jar. I didn't even see you sneak in. Who did that? I'm trying to scroll through the activity list. I don't see it. I actually don't see it. Oh, Juby. Yeah, so Juby writes $5 subs. Twitch takes half. DJ gives out $200 for every 100 subs. Not quite. We give away $200 for every 250 subs on the regular, but now that doesn't include the other stuff. Yeah, I guess you're probably right, because we give away the other battle passes and the prize closet items like the loyalty tokens and all that stuff. So yeah, I guess it probably does actually add up to about that. That's probably not wrong. It's probably pretty close. We do give away a lot. And then Trader has to get on to me because sometimes I go off script. Like, we actually do have a list. We have a budget. We plan out. Bug! We plan out how much we're going to give away. And she always gives me grief when, like, I take up extra lines. But I go on the list and I take extra lines. Because they're not color-coded properly. How do you add to the tip jar? So, driver, exclamation point. Ooh, is it donate? Exclamation point donate? Or is it exclamation point tip? Honestly, I don't remember. I think it's exclamation point donate. And that'll pull up the tip jar. But we even give away stuff with the tip jar. So, like, look up here. The goal is $67.67. If we hit that, I give away a free piece of merch. So yeah, there's incentives on everything. So we got merch over here. We got battle passes and prize closets here. We've got $100 packs here. And then I forgot to turn that back on. Why didn't I? There we go. And then this over here is for the $2,000 pack giveaway in October. So, yeah, we do give away a lot. And I know a lot of streamers don't do that, but I'm also relatively blessed that I don't need this to survive. Although, if I did ever quit my day job, then we'd have to have conversation, community. We'd have to talk a little bit, because then I would need more bread in my jar to survive. Karkin gonna have to ask for a star? Nah, is he? Oh yeah, people are showing up. I'll make sure Karkin gets a star.
Oh, they'll just make way. It's all good.
I'll make sure you get a star because I'm a responsible Armada owner. Yo, what's up,
the
Lazarus?
star also gives an extra 1% damage.
Yeah, that's right. Lazarus Backa Blue, thank you for your 15-month resub at Tier 1. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Karkin, we were doing some math earlier on isolytic damage. Wow. It's big,
I missed
man.
it? Oh.
Dude, you're gonna have to go back to the beginning.
Gonna get there. I know. It's gonna get there.
Man.
All of those adding up, everything building up. I can see it being pretty huge.
God. There's a moth. I see. This is why I didn't want to go on FaceTime. I turned on the lights, and now there's bugs. Ew! I got him! Ew, that's gross. Hey, good night, Tabby Moza. Appreciate it, man. Let's see. Snipe says not a lot of streamers of the amount of people you pull do them as often as you do. Some people do this for a living 100%, and it's hard to do. Oh, yeah. No, that's exactly my point, Snipes. If people did this, like, as their job, no, there's no way. If I were to ever retire from my day job to, like, do this full-time, I couldn't maintain this. No way. I couldn't maintain it, because I'd have to eat and pay my house. Yo, driver, thank you for $10 in the catnip jar, man. Appreciate that. Guys, we could give away a Talking Trek t-shirt tonight. We haven't done that in a long time. We only need $48 more in the catnip jar. We'll give away a free piece of merch, which is actually the only thing that we've qualified to give away tonight. We haven't actually earned any giveaways tonight yet. Driver says that's for granting me FaceTime. Well, there you go. You're welcome. Oh. Karkin, are you there yet? Oh, there you are. I see you. All right, let's give him stars. Karkin gets a
just
star.
landed.
There he is,
And
in
a
his
happy face.
fascia. He's in his fascia.
I made it. Took a long while. Like I traveled so far.
Scribbler says, can I manage without Trader? Oh, God, no. She organizes everything. There's zero chance that I could keep up with this without Trader. No chance. Oh, what happens if I get one more follower? What happens if I don't think anything. I think we already hit it. I think we hit the follow goal earlier this evening. Yeah. Here, let me look at this. We hit the follow goal 25 minutes ago, which our follow goal was 100 new followers this month. So, I mean, channel's still growing too, which is awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yes, that is what we, that's the battle fascia. That's what Karkin's rolling in right there. That's the battle fascia. You guys see that? It's a good-looking ship. There she is. Reinforced titanium hull plating. Snapper pinchers up here on the front. Just chew a hole right through. The hull. It's got a red-hot burning laser right there, so like it'll poke you in the eye. And it's got a spinal reinforcement cage right here. All right, so
that's the most important part.
Yeah. Yeah, so, the Battle Beetle. The Battle Beetle, it's here. It's ready to go. Yeah, Juby, Karkin went up to 41. It's actually been a couple of months. Didn't you do that like 5-6 months ago? 4?
Doctor.
The doctor.
I didn't think you noticed. Yeah. I was waiting to see if you were going to fire me.
No. He ain't a free to play anymore. You're fired. No,
I'm still free to play. Just
yeah. Yep. What? I didn't even look. What crew did he bring? I told him. No. I told him. Animal. I told him to bring Max Loot crew because he couldn't bring a battleship here. So I told him to bring a Max Loot crew so that he could at least get what he can get. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not going to provide any ability towards the Armada. So I told him to bring Max Loot so he could just get what he could get.
Really, I would usually only take this trip if I was the starter. And then it wouldn't matter if you had to loot crew or not.
Truthfully, with 4 other ships here, or 3 other ships, you only have a 25% chance at the Happy Meal.
Yeah, I figure I'm going to get about, I'm just mathing it out, 5,000 loot, maybe?
I brought the Corvus Carissa because I didn't know everybody else was going to show up. I thought I was going to solo it. That's why I told him to bring his loot crew.
DJ's needed to start it.
No,
he was trying to finish his thing.
I needed to start it for my ticketed event.
I'll start one later.
And actually,
I'm not gonna keep DJs up for that.
Technically, I did need to start it also because I'm out of rare loot. I've been using the Blue Mandalorian method of sourcing my epic Armada directives, and I was running out, so I had to earn a little bit of Armada loot so I could continue to source my directives. And continue
this is
earning
just flexing
all these
my
blueprints.
my fascia that shouldn't be here anyway.
The battle fascia. It's the battle fascia.
I've actually.
Yeah, Mimi.
I bet I lived.
I am broke on rare loot because I've spent it down. No, you didn't live, Karkin. You died. Did you get the Happy Meal? This, by the way, is why I needed to start it. Because, Mimi, I am broke on rare loot. So that's why I needed to start
No
it.
Happy Meal, but that's all good. Let's see what I got.
How much loot did you get, though?
I'm checking now.
I bet it's...
While you're checking, I just wanted to say welcome to the club, Karkin. Welcome to G4.
I bet.
It's nice. It's pretty good.
I bet...
Actually, I got about...
Hold on, no, let me get...
555. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say 10 grand. What did you get? 9,500? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah, 95. 55.
I was going to say about 10 grand is what I thought you would get. Well, hey, I don't know. I don't remember what your loot chest costs, but
that's decent. That covers like a couple single pulls on the day, you know.
There you go.
For just showing up and saying hi. Absolutely. I'm good with that.
Showing up in the battle Fisha. There you go. Can you guys believe that 4.5 hours later, we still got 200 people watching this channel? What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Who's online? Who can we raid? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. My list is showing nobody. My list is showing no one. I got nobody online. Bafty ain't online. Beck ain't online. Rev ain't online. Tonight might be a Duckburg Ducks night. What? Captain Taylor, what? Are you serious? The Duckburg Ducks channel's going away? Why? Are they shutting down for the winter? Is that what they're doing? Or are they going offline permanently? I hope it's just for the winter. Will they be back in the spring? Yo, good morning, Puck. God, good morning. That's terrible. I need to go to bed. Good morning, Orca. Good morning, EU. How are you? Good morning. Good morning, EU. I should not be awake. It should not be. Oh, Captain Taylor says it's permanent. That's sad. Hold on, let me try it. Duckburg Ducks. I can't see it right now. Let me see if I can try to find it over here. Hang on. Twitch. Yo, Captain Yam, thank you for your 5 kitty bitties. Appreciate it very much. Duckburg Ducks. The Duckburg stream will end September 1st. Thanks for all the support. Oh. They're not even... Oh, they're sleeping.
Are they going to eat the ducks? I'm curious.
Oh, that's sad. All right, let's see if we can find out why. We have
the guy's starting one of those eat sound ones where you just watch them eat food and it's all ducks. No?
Oh, Captain Taylor already took off. Captain Taylor left. I see him in the chat right now over on the Duckburg channel. Captain Taylor was like, ooh, the Ducks. All right, pieces. I'm out. Wait, how can you watch 2 at the same time? That's hilarious. Captain Taylor was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm going to go feed the ducks. That's funny. All right, well, they look like they're sleeping. Do you guys want to check out the ducks tonight? Because they look like they're sleeping.
Can you wake them up?
It doesn't look very exciting over there.
Play loud noise.
Is there a play loud noise command? I don't know. Orc Ghana? Who's Orc Ghana?
I'm sure they have strobe lights, right? Duck strobe lights.
I don't think it's frozen. No, I think that's good. I see one of the ducks like snoring. Like a little bit of a twitch here or there. A new content creator. Who's the new content creator? Orc Ghana? Orc Ghana doesn't talk? And the chat is emojis only? She doesn't talk? That sounds slightly possibly low energy. I was trying to think of a nice way to put it. All right, so that doesn't sound like a lot of fun. V. Nolan. Who's V. Nolan? V. Nolan is one of Bafty's friends. Well, you know, I've got a Crusher stream on Bafty. So I could raid one of her friends to earn some favor. Is that a thing? Streamer crush. Did you guys see her wearing that hat the other day? She actually sports a hat really, really nice. Some girls can't wear hats. Yeah, streamer crush. That's what I'm calling it.
What kind of hat? Cowboy hat, dad hat?
No, she was wearing like a baseball cap. Nah,
okay.
Just like a baseball cap. Just like, man, just like it. Actually, some girls can't wear baseball caps. She looked really good in a baseball cap. Looked like some of you would just hang out with down at the ballpark.
I like girls in toques.
And what?
Toques. I guess you guys call them beanies, but without the
oh. No, I like a ball cap.
Propeller on top.
I do like a ball cap. I like baseball caps. I wear baseball caps a lot. Okay, so yeah, let's do this. Let's try a promo STFC streamer. Scribbler, for your birthday, you get to pick our raid tonight. How's that? Let me get back to my stream manager. Scribbler, for your birthday, you get to choose our raid tonight. And for the rest of you guys, I'm going to say thank you. Somehow, for 4 hours and 40 minutes, we've maintained like 200 plus players. So thank you. Appreciate you guys so very much. Hope you had a good time. Hope you did some good learning earlier. Hope we educated you on isolytic damage and financial car buying and mortgage lending stability. And thanks for hanging out with me for a while tonight. I appreciate it. Oh, that's right. School's in session. Yes, you got Neelix. You got the event store updates. We got a lot of stuff done tonight. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for hitting the goal. Look at that. Thanks for hitting that goal over there. Thanks for what you guys did up here. Thank you guys for that. I really do appreciate it. You guys rock my socks off. Appreciate it. All right. Here we go. I'm going to hit this button. And then Scribbler says she wants to raid 2 guns, 1 girl. Playing Star Trek Fleet Command. All right, let's check it out. Guys, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you being here till 3 o'clock in the morning. My name is UltimatDJz. Friendly neighborhood cat person. Say meow for now. Love you, mean it. Catch you on the next one. Good night, everybody.